Yes? Oh, okay, please. Please. Morning. Please take a seat. Well, thank you very much for being here. Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, all of you, for being here. It's my pleasure, a personal pleasure, to be here and to open this first seminar for Institute of European Democrats in Berlin, in this special place and wonderful house, European House. First of all, I want to thank our members, Frei Vela, for the great job in general, but in particular to make this important event happen today here in Berlin. I would like to remark the role of our MP in the European Parliament, Engineer Oglu, and his good team. And I want to remark as well my very good friend, Gaby Smith, Vice President of our European Institute, for his high involvement and compromise with us at European level. In addition, I want to thank Hong Kong Watch organization for the help and collaboration received, enabled to have today a deep and fruitful debate in a topic so relevant for the future of Europe. The role of Europe in the world, how we are progressively building this autonomous strategy for Europe internationally, is one of the main topics for our institute. In our discussions, in our debates, in our activities, and with the idea, with the purpose of adding value. In this context, the dialogue with China will be crucial for our future in the oncoming times. China has become, without any doubt, one of the global players and leaders in this 21st century, based in a big part on the economical growth during the past decades that has taken out millions and millions of Chinese people from poverty. Based on the increasingly prosperity for Chinese society, based on the technologic leadership, transforming the China of the presidency in a real superpower economically, technologically, military, and politically. Maybe I think that as Europeans, maybe we were wrong some time ago in our projections, thinking that with our mentality that economical growth and participation in market economy will bring to China a strong demand for democracy and freedom in their society. The reality shows it has not happened in that way because maybe China responds to a different mentality than ours. A different cosmovision with Western values are replaced by a Confucian mentality, where family, respect to all people, education, wisdom are in the first line on their priorities, but especially because they had a social contract delegating completely the welfare of their society to the people with responsibility in the government and with a high devotion of the figure of the president. As a result of it, China has now even bigger lack of liberties, both political and civil liberties, than decades ago. Through a restriction of information, through a abuse and a conscious use of misinformation, through internal repression against opposition, and a strong control from Chinese Communist Party. We just have to remember 1 year ago the image of former President Hu Jintao in the Congress of Chinese Communist Party 1 year ago. In a recent interview in a global magazine, Javier Solana, former Secretary of NATO, said that 21st century will depend on how we will be able to manage China. And I agree with this opinion. And that's why Europe needs a known autonomous strategy with China, if we want really, as Europeans, to be a real player in the world. A known strategy where Germany's position should condition and should be one of the main anchors for a common European view. From my side and from my point of view, that European strategy will start with several conditions. The first one is principle of realism. We must be conscious of the present situation, the strength and the abilities both sides, what it requires as well to take into account different aspects. First, we are not playing the game in the same conditions. We're Europeans, we are conditioned by elections, every 5 years European elections, but in the practice with changes internally and politically almost every year. And we as Europeans, we are conditioned as well by our own limitations in our internal governance. In China, opposition does not exist. They show internal unity and only one direction, and especially one clear goal. China wants to become the leader of the world in 2049, 100th anniversary of Chinese Communist Party. And this is going to affect us in the next 25 years, more than one generation to run. Second dimension, China has approximately 3 times the population of Europe, which gives to them a lot of advantage for being global leaders in some relevant economical and industrial sectors. We see very clearly, just looking at the fortune list, and to see how many Chinese companies they are now compared to 40, 30 or 20 years ago, and how many Europeans companies there are in this international list. Third, lack of unity. In Europe, there is no the same vision about China, and we don't have the same idea how to develop bilateral relations with them. Hungary and Serbia, for instance, they played a significant role in the recent 10th anniversary of Belt and Road Initiative in Peking. And as a result of the agreement with Chinese investment in their countries, and in addition, in these centuries, China has concrete very important strategic investments and projects, especially in the south of Europe, Greece, Portugal, Spain. And fourth, China's dominant position in some key sectors in the economy of the world, and in some sectors where the economy of Europe is going to be important in this century. Artificial intelligence, electric vehicle, renewable energy, robotics, due to Chinese dominant position in some rare materials, semiconductors, and as a result of growing presence and especially political agreements between China and some countries in Latin America, in Africa, in Central Asia. My view is that if we are conscious of this principle of realism, and this is something I'm afraid we don't have any other chance to do it, our common European strategy should be like our coin. One coin, 2 sides. And by the way, our coin is euro, is not dollar. We must have our own strategy. The first side of the coin, I think that we need collaboration with China, commercial level in science and technology, especially in all those sectors that are going to be very relevant for our competitiveness in the future of Europe. We do require to work together with China as global leaders if we want a better world, if we believe in multilateralism, in order to face challenges together properly. Peace, security, climate change, global pandemics. Without China, there is no solution for the world. But we have to face the other side of the coin as well. We must fight to preserve our values, our liberties in a world where democracy is clearly declining. In this line, we must enforce transatlantic relations, focus on our respective common values, and we must fight against other regimes not respecting human values, not respecting minorities' rights and liberties. In this context, Hong Kong and Taiwan are key for preserving Western model globally, and we must play a significant role. They must play a significant role in our agenda, even more after the invasion of Ukraine. We cannot leave Hong Kong and Taiwan on their own, starting for elections in Taiwan at the beginning of 2024. And they should become our icons representing another star in European flag. If we really want our basic and human values will be respected in this complex world, if we want to preserve hope for democracy, liberties and right of self-government in their citizens. Thank you very much for your time, and I wish you a very fruitful debate. Thank you.
Ja, meine sehr geehrten Damen und Herren, meine lieben
Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, dear Mikel, as the manager of our institute, I express my thanks for providing the opportunity that here in Berlin we are the first time the host as the Scientific Institute of European Democrats, for giving us the opportunity to talk about important issues, especially things which are important for us in Europe, the freedom of people. Freedom is present everywhere in Europe, but not everywhere in the world. Dear Gabi, new member in the Bavarian Parliament, thanks for being here. You as the Vice President of the Institute, thank you for coming to Berlin. After such a short time after your cabinet formed, dear Sam Goodman, representative of Hong Kong Watch, great to see you here. And dear Ray Wong, where are you? Okay, great to see you here. It is especially dear to my heart to welcome somebody here today who supported me, has been supporting me in my young career in the European Parliament since 2019. This is Rainer Bütikofer. Dear Reinhard, as the chairperson of the delegation Europe-China, you are our guest of honor today. Thank you for taking the time for being here. A cordial applause just for you in the previous year. We will soon have two panel discussions in front of experts, an expert audience. There will be live stream into the web. And here we will lay down the opinion of the representatives of people and families in Germany. But allow me two remarks to begin with. Why do we meet for these two panel discussions? The politics between the European and China changed considerably in the recent years. And it is not us in Europe who triggered this process, but last but not least, China is a relevant opponent or competitor now. We did not choose this. We would like to discuss with China on a level playing field, but unfortunately in the past some of our predecessors did some things wrong, not everything. The European Chinese Europe depends on the Chinese economy, and I tell my colleagues and my staff, people whom you don't criticize will dominate you. People whom you do not criticize will dominate you. And unfortunately, some member states in the European Union, but also representatives of the political family in Europe, don't have the courage to criticize China. We don't want to undermine China, and especially not the Chinese people. You should always tell apart the Chinese people. But what happened in 2019 and 2020 with the national safety law in Hong Kong does not coincide with our values. And the point is that there are international contracts which were offended by this, people who grew up over decades in freedom, and one day later they wake up in, if you ask me, wake up in a dictatorship. I can't imagine this, that people who live in freedom and people in Hong Kong lived like us in freedom. I cannot imagine what tortures they have to endure, and this is what they are experiencing this. It is not about commercial agreements, it's about the people and their peace of their souls. And this had been damaged to millions of people. And it is our task to discuss why. The biggest currency we, the politicians, have in the European Union is in democratic elections is our creditworthiness. It's a bit like with the currency, the euro. If you don't believe it, it is declining in international trade. And if we lost our credibility in Europe, this would be a problem, because if we let go of our wealth at our borders, we will lose what we are, our humanity. Our credibility or credit is what is the major difference to populism, to people who have the so-called simple answers. And if we want to be reliable politicians and stand up for peace against aggressions, this will only work out if we stand up worldwide and not just within the European Union. Therefore, I'm very happy that there are representatives of almost all the political families who are fighting and working for the freedom of Hong Kong, who woke up after 2020, after they had been born in freedom. Hong Kong, and this is one of my concerns, maybe a university, how democratic populations lose their freedom in a very short time, and people get used to a democratic suppression where military forces march in, and this must be underlined. Hong Kong can happen everywhere in the world once a political party takes over power and wants to restrict liberties by a system. And this university, Hong Kong, must not be translated to the African continent or other regions in the world, to say nothing of the European Union. And therefore, we need to look at this. And President Xi makes it difficult for us. When you look at his last big speech, that he is ready to stand up against a free country like Taiwan with military forces, that he says, I want to get into that country, and if in doubt, I will solve that problem of 2020 by military means. And imagine the pictures we saw, Gaza and Middle East, impossible to imagine that pictures like this would ever come from a country like Taiwan, so densely populated. And it is our task to save human lives. And I'm so happy that we are discussing this today. And I do hope the political representatives of China show that we reach out to them. We want to discuss about freedom with them, about the opportunity that people in Hong Kong will get back more freedoms. There will be elections this year. It is never too late. It is never too late to stand on the right side of history. One thing is clear. Everything is documented in history, and everybody must ask himself where his children and grandchildren will stand one day. I'm looking forward to our expert decision with politicians who have the expertise in this field. I'm looking forward to the panel discussion. I hope everybody will learn something and will gain some motivation from this. As a signal for the people in Hong Kong and for the people in the European Union that we permanently, no matter how difficult the subject is, we are working on achieving peace and freedom. And you know, we as Europeans, there is a great burden on our shoulders. Imagine if the Americans would have said in 1945, "Oh, come on, we're not interested in Europe." If somebody would have told the American soldiers to stay at home, but you know, mothers and fathers lost their children for the freedom in Europe, and till to date, I'm grateful to the Americans. And therefore, it is also our task to stand up for the freedom in other places in the world, with words and with weapons. Thank you very much.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is. I'm the chairperson of Freedom for Hong Kong Association. I'm also a member of the advisory board of Hong Kong Watch. On behalf of my organization, Freedom for Hong Kong and Hong Kong Watch, it is my privilege and great pleasure to welcome you all to our important discussions titled Canary in Coalmine, Hong Kong and Taiwan's Significance for Germany's China Strategy. First of all, I would like to thank the Institute of European Democrats for their support in making this event possible. I would also like to extend my sincere thanks to Mr. Engin Aglud and his team for their invaluable assistance in facilitating today's event. And also, I would like to thank my colleagues at Freiheit für Hong Kong and Hong Kong Watch for their dedication and hard work in organizing the event. Lastly, my appreciation extends to our distinguished panelists and all of you who have joined us here today in person and online. Without your participation, the event wouldn't be possible. Hong Kong Watch is a human rights organization founded in 2018 and headquartered in the UK, which focuses on producing research and advocacy campaigns related to human rights and development with the rule of law in Hong Kong. In the past, it has successfully advocated for the BNO visa scheme in the UK, the suspension of extradition treaties between EU countries and Hong Kong, sanctions on Hong Kong officials in the US, and the open work permit in Canada. Freedom for Hong Kong Association is a relatively young organization. We were registered in Berlin last year as a non-profit, non-governmental organization. Our mission is to strive for a free and democratic Hong Kong. 6 years ago, also in November, I left the place where I was born and raised. I left my home. I left my home to escape persecutions by the Hong Kong government. I was the first of my kind to do so. Before me, the number of Hong Kongers seeking asylum in Europe was 0. Every time when I tell people my story, I was asked, why did I choose to seek refuge in Germany? Why didn't I go to the UK, where there are historic ties and obligations to Hong Kong? Or Canada, where there are hundreds of thousands of Hong Kong immigrants? I would probably feel more at home in these places, they would say. My criterion at that time for choosing the country of my exile was actually very simple. I chose the country where I thought I had the highest chance of getting asylum, as there was no precedent. I didn't know, and frankly, I couldn't know how Western countries would understand and handle my case. Would they naively believe that China would actually keep its promise to the people of Hong Kong and let us decide to live in the way we want? Would they believe that one country, two system principle is still intact, therefore reject my asylum application? Would they send me back because they don't want to provoke China? These were the questions I had to consider when I was deciding where to find a safe haven. Germany at the time was my best shot. History has taught Germany to be a force for good in the world. There were cases in my mind that supported this belief. I still remember very vividly Chancellor Merkel's meeting with His Holiness Dalai Lama back in 2007, which I remember as both an act of uprightness and also a slap in Beijing's face. And also compared to other countries in the so-called free world, Germany had been more vocal about the human rights situation in China. Moreover, in 2015, we have witnessed that Germany had given shelter to millions of refugees from all over the world, also including those from China and Xinjiang. All this gave me confidence that Germany is a country of principles, which makes it the right place for me as a pro-democracy activist to seek protection. Now, I've come to the realization that my understanding at that time was somewhat simplistic and one-sided. When I began to learn about Germany's relations with China, I understand how economic factors have long been overshadowing the value side of things. Initially, I was struck by the naivety of the doctrine, Wandel durch Handel, transformation through trade. This belief that through economic engagement, China would eventually change for the better has proven itself to be a failure. In hindsight, we can arguably conclude that the country that has been transformed through trade is not China, but unfortunately, Germany. After the protests in Hong Kong and the outbreak of the pandemic in 2020, Germany has begun to move away from this doctrine to account for the changing geopolitical landscape, to acknowledge the failure of its past approach, and to formalize its position towards China. The Traffic Lights Coalition has published Germany's first ever China strategy this summer. Germany is finally taking the rise of China and the threat it poses seriously. Our first panel, Germany's new China strategy, how do we stand by our principles? We discuss whether Germany can create a balanced strategic approach towards China that is realistic about the risk and consistent with Germany's commitment to human rights and civic values. We are glad to have invited a lineup of distinguished guests for this panel, including Mr. Engin Eroglu, Member of European Parliament, Mr. Boris Mijatovic, spokesperson for human rights policy and humanitarian assistance of the Green Parliamentary Group, Mr. Ulrich Lechter, Foreign Affairs spokesperson of the FDP Parliamentary Group in the Bundestag, and Professor Xie Ziwei, representative of Taiwan in Germany, and also, last but not least, Mr. Noah Barkind, Senior Advisor at Rhodium Group and Visiting Senior Fellow in the Indo-Pacific Program of the German Marshall Fund. The panel will last around 1 hour. Afterwards, lunch will be served on another side of the room. After a networking lunch, we will come back for our second panel about the significance of Taiwan and Hong Kong. My memories of the 2019 protests in Hong Kong are still very vivid. Up to 2 million people on the streets and over 10,000 arrested. An entire generation left behind in trauma and disillusion. Since then, the situation has rapidly deteriorated and continues to do so as China tightens its grip. Arbitrary arrests and political persecution have become the norm for the people of Hong Kong. The excessive use of the national security law and the crackdown on civil society remind us what authoritarian regimes could do and capable of. At the same time, the increasingly tense situation in the Taiwan Strait may evolve into another global crisis if mishandled. Our second panel, what are Hong Kong and Taiwan's significance for the EU and the international order? We discuss what the rapid repression of Hong Kong and the threat posed by China in Taiwan mean for the world, especially for Europe. For this discussion, I'm honored to present a roster of notable experts joining me on stage, including, again, Mr. Engin Eroglu, Ms. Didi Kersten-Tadlot, who is a journalist at Newsweek, Professor Dr. Amy Silt, the General Secretary of Freedom for Hong Kong Association, and Mr. Sam Goodman, Hong Kong Watch Director of Policy. Our aim for this two panel is to encompass some of the most important aspects of Germany's new China strategy. I'm excited for the input from the expert and a stimulating discussion ahead of us. Before I hand over to Sam for the first panel, I want to thank once again all of you for attending this event. It's wonderful to see many of you here. I hope you all will enjoy the event today. Thank you very much.
Check that this works. If we could get the sort of first panel up, that would be great. Thank you. As Ray mentioned, my name's Sam Goodman. I'm the Director of Policy at Hong Kong Watch. Absolute pleasure to be with you all in Berlin. As Ray mentioned in July of this year, please feel free to take a seat while I'm sort of emceeing. As Ray mentioned, in July this year, the German government published its first strategy on China. We're now 3 months into it, and I'm very much looking forward to hearing the panelists' views on how that strategy is being practically implemented, what it means for wider coordination with the EU and the EU-China strategy, and of course, how it is being perceived by other countries in the region, including the Taiwanese government. In terms of speaking order, I'd like to perhaps first hand over to Mr. Ulrich Lechter, who's the Foreign Affairs spokesperson of the FDP in the parliamentary group in the Bundestag, to get his take.
Well, lovely. I thought I would be the last one. So thank you very much for being here on that panel today. And it's good to see some guys again. I just met Ray in Cologne last week. And so it's quite like being with family right now. And always when I'm asked to do something for Taiwan, for Hong Kong, I'm around. So I'm never invited by the Chinese embassy or by the Chinese ambassador. It seems to be I'm on a blacklist somewhere. And
not the only one.
But that's good for my health, so that I not have to travel to Beijing or something like that. So coming to the statement I had prepared and I was asked for, Germany adopted its first comprehensive strategy on China in July 2023. This is the first China strategy in the history of the Federal Republic of Germany. My government is doing such strategies right now, as you know, with the national security strategy as well. And one important reason for this strategy on China is that the Free Democrats are part of the governing coalition. So we pushed for the China strategy to be included in the coalition treaty, just as we pushed to include very clear language in support of Taiwan in the coalition treaty. And so this is also the first treaty in the history of the Federal Republic of Germany that explicitly mentions Taiwan. We are convinced that China's behavior in the world poses one of the biggest political and economic challenges of our time. Our China strategy is our basis and our common understanding of how to address these challenges. The main idea of the China strategy can be summarized like this. Because China has significantly changed under the rule of Xi Jinping, we have to change our policy towards China. Unilateral economic dependence on China, which can be misused by China for political reasons, has to be reduced in order to secure our own freedom of action. China has changed from a partner to a competitor and up to now to a systemic rival. In the Indo-Pacific, China is increasingly assertive in striving for regional hegemony and in calling principles of international law into question. China does not comply with its commitments under international law, under the Convention of the Law of Sea and the binding UNCLOS award of 2016 on the South Chinese Sea. So contrary to its pledges and commitments under international law, China has eroded Hong Kong's autonomy, curtailed civil liberties in the region and reduced its people's scope for action in the political sphere. With its threats against Taiwan, China poses a risk for peace and stability in the region as well as the entire world. Being part of my always sayings, the Pacific conflict will be the main conflict of the 21st century, and Taiwan is the key for that conflict, and we have to focus on that the whole time. However, systemic rivalry with China does not mean that we cannot cooperate. On the contrary, we are seeking to cooperate with China on the basis of fair conditions. Cooperation with China is a fundamental element of our China strategy. We are not seeking a decoupling from China, but a de-risking. We want to become less dependent in critical sectors in order to reduce the risk they entail. In practice, this means, for example, that we want to phase out the use of Huawei in our 5G mobile communication network because this is a critical infrastructure. That's the opinion of the Bundestag in the majority, not our government. They are still striving for the good stuff. And with investment screening, we want to protect independence in areas critical to security and to safeguarding the defense capability of Germany and the EU. Coming to the end, ladies and gentlemen, in summary, we want to cooperate with China but adjust our China policy to the fact that China has significantly changed under the rule of Xi Jinping. We want to reduce our dependency on China in critical sectors, and we will continue to call for China to respect international law, including human rights. This applies in particular to serious human rights violations against Uyghurs in Xinjiang, the situation in Tibet and in Hong Kong. And our economy has to be aware that if they gain over profits out of China, if they are going to make losses, it's not time for taxpayer getting on that losses, but they have to not think that they can socialize this. Be aware of what China is doing right now in the world.
Thank you. And maybe I can bring in Mr. Boris Mijatovic, who's obviously the Green perspective. Obviously, the Green Party is also in the government, just to get his opening remarks of how his party sees this particular strategy.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Goodman. Thank you, everybody. Thank you for having me. And it's good to see you again, Mr. Müller, from Tibet organization Save Tibet. I think this is one of the most experienced and oldest organizations. I've seen Mr. Kurban as well from the World Uyghur Congress as well, topic that is highlighted by Ulrich Lechte. And I think it's very important, and Mr. Xi is on the, Professor Xi is on the panel as well, Taiwan. So you see, we have for Hong Kong, for Taiwan, for Uyghurs, for Tibet, friendship groups in the parliament, and it's good to see you all here because we fight together. This is something that I would say as first point. Second point, must excuse myself if my concentration lacks a bit of brilliance. Had a short night, but budget discussions were long, and I was waiting for the final call. And I'm happy you invited the spokesperson for humanitarian aid, not only for human rights. And I'm happy that our government extended humanitarian aid. I think it is important, because Mr. Yoglu mentioned our credibility. It is important that we stand for our human credibility, for our humanitarian actions. So I'm a little out of sleep, but have the weekend to take that back, to recover. Exactly. So coming to the points, I have two theses brought to you. One is, I will put under the headline of reliability. Where do we stand in the international situation, and what does it mean, rules-based order? Not only in United Nations, also in Europe. We have started to share power with rules just because that we don't have random decisions. We have done the strategy on China on the same purpose. We don't want random, day-by-day positions. We want to have a clear line, not only as partners, as competitors, but also in questions that are very delicate, and criticism is important. Crimes against humanity, like the Bachelet report, for example, showed, must be named clearly. And I hope that a dialogue can restart, and it must restart, because it's not the question if we want or not want, but we need to protect the minorities in China today. I think this is an important thing. Rule-based orders means to protect especially so-called small and minor countries. So also for the United Nations, it's important to come back to this rules-based and to have a share in that powers too. The second point is something we had in the beginning of this week on the wonderful conference Reinhard Bütikofer organized, is disinformation. I think it's one of the most important points to look at, where we were talking about the elections upcoming in Taiwan. Taiwan is very proud, and by reason proud, to be on position 2, I think, of the list of freedom of speech and press. But there is a vulnerability in our democracies, because this opens the door for disinformation. This is something your country is fighting a lot. And I'm very impressed by your activists. Puma Chen, for example, he gave me the picture of, Boris, you only have 2 hours 2 photos and 200 characters. If you don't match this, the narrative is out in the world, and I have 1 million Chinese from Communist Party that attack me day by day. And this is something we in Europe will learn in future. Hong Kong, it is the same. We would like to say just clearly, free Jimmy Lai. Free Hong Kong means freedom of press. This is something we need to look very closely. So disinformation will, and that is my second thesis, will become an issue of security questions in defense councils and everywhere else. I leave it with these 2 thoughts, but not without leaving a little commercial on the end. We have a conference on the 75th birthday of the Universal Declaration on Human Rights. We'll have this on 4th of December in Bundestag. Please feel invited. We will have Adrian Zenz as well to discuss human rights and economy. What does it mean, due diligence, and all these decisions we have in the European Union. And we'll discuss also other topics in Iran, etc., etc. But I'd just like to use the opportunity to invite you all. Thank you very much. I'm looking forward to the exchange.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Perhaps I could now hand over to Professor Xie Zhuwei, Mr. Ambassador, if that's okay.
Well, good day. Acting as the representative of Taiwan Germany in 2016, I have experienced quite a lot together with you because some new concepts wasn't there when I came to here. For example, since the 13th July this year, Germany officially doesn't have a China policy, rather a China strategy. Strategy means, in Old Latin, means all the work which a general does. That means it's a preparation of the war. Let's say in this case, against invader, aggressor. In the first year, when I came here, I used to beg on sport from our friends here. I used to say Taiwan is a democratic country. We make export, we make import. We have seaport and airport. I even have a passport. The only port we still need is your support. But today, I start to say that again because there shouldn't be only international support, but we have also to ask, is there any international interests about the future of Taiwan? I can still recall when when Ron came to my office before the outbreak of the COVID. We talked about the future of Hong Kong and the future of you as someone who is brave enough to fight against the Chinese dictatorship. I can still recall my suggestion for you is to stay here. To stay here, but not only for learning German. To stay here to tell the people what has been going on in Hong Kong and what kind of future Hong Kong should have. I'm not a politician, but in Taiwan, when I realized what it means when the UK and China, they signed the so-called Sino-British Declaration, joint declaration, and that was 1984. And the future, it was written in the declaration, the future of Hong Kong should be the subject. And I asked myself, Hong Kong territory, how about the people there? There are 6 million Hong Kongese people, and they could be ceded to a dictatorship like the CCP in China. You just can't imagine. That was 1984. And I recall what the philosopher Immanuel Kant has written exactly 2 centuries ago in 1784, 5 years before the outbreak of the French Revolution. So I would like to read it so you can see what a ridiculous joint declaration, ceding Hong Kong, ceding 6 million to the to the dictatorship in China. I read it here. In English, it was written, of course, in German. Yep. One generation cannot unite and conspire to place the next generation in a state in which it must become impossible for this generation to expand its knowledges, to cleanse of the errors, and in general to continue enlightenment to stride. That would be a crime against the human nature, whose original purpose is precisely race progression, and the descendants are therefore fully entitled to reject those decisions taken as unauthorized and sanctimonious. I'll read that in German. I think it's clearly expressed what it means. Ein Zeitalter kann sich nicht verbünden und darauf verschwören, das folgende Zeitalter in einem Zustand zu setzen, darin es ihm unmöglich werden muss, seine Erkenntnis zu erweitern, von Irrtümern zu reinigen und überhaupt in der Aufklärung weiterzuschreiten. Das wäre ein Verbrechen wider die menschliche Natur, deren ursprüngliche Bestimmung gerade in diesen Fortschreiten besteht. Und die Nachkommen sind also vollkommen dazu berechtigt, jene Beschlüsse also unbefugte und frevelhafte Weise genommen zu verwerfen. That was 1784. According to the statement, all of the Hong Kong, the 6 million people, they should have the right to say, what? Just a minute. That was the agreement between the China or the Sino and UK agreement that was signed in 1841. Executed 1842. How can that be that a decision made by people from longer than 200 years ago to make the decision about the future after 200 years, you should go back to, you should be controlled by a dictatorship. So for the Taiwanese people, you give this meeting the title Canary. Canary as the canary in a mine coal. And that really happens in the year 2019. Taiwan was standing shortly before the presidential election. It's coming again in the next January. And I can still recall at that time what happened in Hong Kong was really a crying canary telling the Taiwanese people, watch out. If you don't take care of what's going on in Hong Kong, very quick it would happen to Taiwan. Yeah. So in this sense, I used to say, united we stand, divided we fall. Or divided we fall in love with democracy and freedom. In this case, I would like to point out, if there should be any chance for the Hong Kong people to get their freedom again, the first step you have to do is keep Taiwan away from the claw of this dragon on Beijing. Should Taiwan fall, there will be no chance for Hong Kong, for Tibet, for Uyghur, and for the dissidents movement of China. Secondly, Taiwan is not, we have been talking about the conflict between China and Taiwan. It's no longer precise, less description of this conflict between Taiwan and China. It's no longer just like Germany does not have the China policy anymore, but the China strategy. And I would like to propose to give Taiwan a chance, to give Hong Kong a chance, to give the Chinese people who is running, striking for their life, struggling for their freedom, democracy. It's no longer a conflict between Taiwan and China. is the conflict between China and Taiwan and Japan and South Korea and USA and even Philippines and Australia and so on, and EU too. And that's the reason why we haven't been hearing about Asia Pacific or the Asia APEC. We are hearing APEC, Indo-Pacific Strategic Alliance. It's not because of Taiwan, it's also because of the interests of Europe. That means solidarity with democratic Taiwan, with democratic people of Hong Kong, but also you support Taiwan by way of supporting yourself and the other way around. I think the last sentence of the passage talking about the role of Taiwan in this China strategy. The last sentence lauded in German, eine militärische
In German, the last sentence is an American aggression would damage European interests. In English, this is
the escalation in the Taiwan Strait would affect the Germany and the European interest. So we have to stick to each other so that the Chinese ambition can be pushed back. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to hand over now to Mr. Noah Barkin to get his sort of views on the China strategy.
Thank you, Sam, and thanks to IED for having me. Maybe just a quick word on the human rights issues, and then maybe broader comments on how I see the German-China strategy. On human rights, we've had, clearly some rhetorical progress from this new government. Issues like Taiwan, Xinjiang, Hong Kong were all mentioned in the German coalition agreement that was sealed at the end of 2021. And I think we forget that some of these issues under the previous government were taboo. Xinjiang, for example, this word was not uttered by Angela Merkel until very late in her chancellorship. So we have seen rhetorical progress. The Greens, obviously, being in the government has changed the dynamic there. We've seen Annalena Baerbock, for example, talking about these issues with her Chinese counterparts when she's in Beijing, when they are here in Berlin. That is positive. Olaf Scholz as well, when he was in Beijing, raised all of these issues. So we've had a rhetorical shift, which I think is positive and overdue. But I think we also need to be honest about the fact that there is a pretty strong strain in the German political establishment that does not believe that human rights should shape German foreign policy. And I think, and this was mentioned in some of the introductory remarks, I think when you look at the German relationship with China, the economic issues still remain paramount. But I am not so pessimistic there, because the economic relationship between Germany and China is changing in fundamental ways. And I think the German-China strategy acknowledges that. If I were to boil down the message in the German-China strategy, it's that China is no longer seen primarily as an economic opportunity, but it's seen as an economic competitor and potentially an economic threat. There's very strong backing for diversification, for a reduction of dependencies, and very positive, but we need to see how this works in practice, a commitment in the strategy by the German government to coordinate China policy within Europe. And I think German leadership on China within Europe has been absent, so I think this is an important signaling effect outside of Germany to Germany's allies, that Germany is now taking this relationship very seriously. There are a number of caveats, of course. Implementation of the strategy will be key. I have no doubt that the people who put this together in the Foreign Ministry are committed to implementing what is in the strategy, but there are probably people in the government who are happy that the strategy is out of the way and would prefer to go back to business as usual. The strategy does not resolve the divisions within the German government on China. We have ministers in the government, Annalena Baerbock, Robert Habeck, who I think are pushing for a fundamental rethink of the relationship with China. But we also have people in the government and I think in the Chancellery who are more risk-averse and cautious. And that division, that divide has not been resolved by this strategy. There is a bandwidth issue, competing priorities. We have a war entering, close to 2 years in Ukraine. We have an emerging conflict unfolding in the Middle East. We don't know what that's going to be what that's going to look like going forward. We have this budget debate in Germany. So these issues have in the past have a tendency to distract governments from issues like longer-term foreign policy challenges like China. We have the U.S. election, right? I think the U.S. election can be used as an excuse by people here in Europe to hedge on China. I think that would be unfortunate. And in the strategy, I think the pathways to de-risking, to reducing dependencies are vague. So implementation will be absolutely key. Maybe I'll just conclude with some ideas about what to watch going forward. And I think one of the big issues that I'm looking at to assess whether the government is really serious about what it's saying in its China strategy is the 5G question. We have divisions within the government on this. This has been an ongoing saga which I've been following since 2018. That's when the debate started within the government. Obviously, that was under the previous government. And I think other countries in Europe are looking to Germany to take a decision about the role of Chinese suppliers in the 5G network. We've had the Commission, the European Commission, naming and shaming Germany on this. We had the NATO Secretary General come through Berlin and do the same just a week ago. So Germany really needs to show leadership here, and I think there is a credibility question, right? After this, after the Chancellery overruled half a dozen ministers on this deal in which COSCO, the Chinese shipping giant, is taking a stake in a terminal at the Hamburg port. So there is a credibility question there. I think top-level engagement from Berlin on Ursula von der Leyen's economic security agenda is absolutely vital. This is really, when you boil it down, about establishing red lines in the economic and technological relationship with China. It's about surveillance. It's also about technology that could fuel China's military advancements. So it's absolutely vital that Germany engages and doesn't rule out tools like outbound investment screening from the beginning. And we have seen senior members of the government doing that recently. So I think maybe conclude with where I started off, which is that the economic relationship will be key, and dynamics between Germany and China are shifting hugely. I saw a survey by the VDMA, the Machinery Engineering Association here, that surveyed its members in China. 10% of them say they think the outlook is good. So sentiment in German industry is changing significantly. I think we often focus on some of the big companies, and we heard the CEO of Mercedes yesterday saying for him de-risking means more investment in China rather than less. But there are, I think the view from German industry is quite diverse, and sometimes we lose sight of that. And the car industry is absolutely essential, and dynamics are shifting there in a big way. That's what prompted the EU, the European Commission's announcement of an investigation into imports of electric vehicles from China. So these shifting dynamics, I think, are going to continue to change the debate in Germany on China, the debate about the economic relationship, and when that shifts, other things will shift as well. Thanks.
Now I'd like to hand over to Mr. Engin Eroglu to give, obviously, the perspective from Brussels of how this Germany strategy has been received, but also how it might complement, obviously, a wider movement to coordinate China strategies across Europe.
Well, the European view. First of all, you must say that I'm very grateful that in Germany there is a strategy. And of course, there are many points which you could mention, which you don't like, which one could criticize. But here I think the point is always to look for the common points between the European Union and the Parliament, what unites you, and to find common features that help us to make this more profound, our cooperation. Looking for the hair in your soup doesn't help, you know, because it's about the relevant points. So it was mentioned several times, there's no real European China strategy. I'm very glad that we in the European Parliament had a vast majority to decide to cancel the CAI agreement, which Merkel had wished for. It was announced between Christmas and end of the year. But I was sad that we do not make progress in regard of the investment agreement with Taiwan. So we are blocking each other a bit here. We must be more active here. When I see that our representative, and at the end of the day, this shows where we stand, Joseph Borrell, that he's traveling to China and goes down onto his knees and says, I beg to take the European Union seriously. Well, you know, me as representative of the people in the parliament, you know, this drives me crazy. If somebody travels there and says, take us seriously, Mr. Borrell is much deeper in all these talks than we in the parliament. He has his communication channels to China. They don't want me as the European representative whatsoever, but I can imagine. But I'm happy about this. But the problem, and here I see a serious problem, and this is an enormous criticism regarding ourselves, the parliamentarians. We need to listen more and we need to trust more. And history is repeating itself again and again because people do not learn from history, or knowledge is not inherited. And you know, how often had we been warned by Obama that the Russian Federation is planning to attack Ukraine, and we didn't listen? How often our European member states warned us not to believe in the Russian federation in regard of the gas pipeline agreements. I did not listen. Even me, I belong to those naive politicians who trusted them. And if Chancellor Merkel says it will work, we believe in this. And even if she is not member of my party, we will let's build this pipeline. And then after the first attack of Russia on Ukraine, Mrs. Merkel answered how she sees this war of Russia against Ukraine. She said, I always knew that Putin did not like the European Union as it is. So question is, why did she tell us to build this pipeline? Now, again, we do have friends who warn us that the dictatorship, autocracy in China will not stop at Chinese borders. And we believe, or we do not believe in this, obviously. We saw how intensely we defended our energy dependence on Russia and how quickly we could turn this down, the European Union. This does not apply to nuclear power. Unfortunately, we could not yet sanction Rosatow for nuclear power bars in France. But I'm convinced that in 1 decade, we could break loose from a dependence on China economically. When I look at our freedom from Russian energies, and my wish is, and I'm firmly convinced that this is the only language to give back the dignity to the people of Hong Kong, to give back their home country, which was robbed from them, and how we could indicate to the people in Taiwan, you will not become the next region of war. Imagine the pictures that could cause. And I believe, President Xi, if in doubt, I will do this military attack. There is no reason for me not to believe in this. Well, if you ask me, it is a genocide carried out on the Uyghur people. Or if I have to read that DNA registers are established in Tibet, there is no reason for me not to believe in this president when he says, if in doubt, I will go on with military force. And therefore, I'm grateful for the strategy, but I must point out clearly, we must take this more seriously and faster. When I say faster, what's required is one homogeneous plan of all the 27 member states within 1 decade to get rid of the economic dependence, to break loose from this dependence. And I'm firmly convinced that in that case, China would change its policy. I'm firmly convinced of this. If not, at least we will no longer finance this aggressive system, And I'm convinced we need more contacts of the civil population and the normal Chinese population. I'm firmly convinced that even if the European Union would love to invite several hundreds of thousands of students, but I'm convinced not everybody knows what's going on in China. And if they would be invited to us, would hear from us here what's going on in China, things could be changing there.
I'm very keen and conscious of time to open it up to the audience as soon as possible. I suppose I want to ask one question to the panelists, and maybe I can start with you, Mr. Mijatovic, and we can sort of go across this way. And the question is, the idea is that this is a living, sort of breathing document, the strategy that has to be implemented. And as I think Noah has already mentioned, that's where the complications arise. So I'd be interested to get your sense of, at the moment, how you think the strategy is being practically implemented in government, where you think there might be issues in the future, and how the parties might be able to sort of get past these, I suppose, disagreements, because the strategy is quite contradictory in places. You want economic engagement with China, but you want to balance human rights. You also want to look at de-risking. So I'd just be interested to get the perspective of the panelists on these sort of contradictions and how the German government might be able to deal with them.
I will try to give a short answer to a, I don't know, $1 billion question. First of all, it's a strategy that is not only read for our companies or for our political and for our societies, it's a strategy that is public. So it's read by everybody else on the world, and it gives a framework in which we stand and where we see challenges. So if I would be a company owner, I can see what a political government like the German, either it's a conservative one or a progressive one or something else, it has a strategy, and this is the way they will act. So we put out the system some random day-by-day decision-making and put in the system some requests we have to conquer. So going to your practical point, let's look. Shall companies withdraw from the communist-ruled China? Shall companies withdraw from Xinjiang, from parts of... I mean, 20% of all cotton of the entire world is collected in Xinjiang, in the south of Xinjiang. And it's not done by machines, it's done by hand. There's forced labor in there. So when I talked about due diligence, I talk about products that come also from this market. I don't want to go deeply in that side, but for BASF, investment in China is one topic, human rights violations in Xinjiang. And this is read, and this is to be read within the strategy. So they can rely that our government will always follow or try to follow these points in the strategy, but the decision in practical economic terms is done in the companies itself. So Volkswagen as well, Mercedes was mentioned. I wouldn't say it's a dependence, but trade will still be something that will happen. And I would be cautious to invite 100,000 Chinese to study in Germany, because I know who will be sent by the communist-ruled China, because the selection process is not that they, let's say, take 20,000 from Tibet, 20,000 from Xinjiang, etc., etc. So this is something we have to see in practice, how we can transmit the framework that we set up. And I know all the critics that it's not clear on that point enough, or this point wasn't mentioned, but still this is a framework at first sight that can also be reformed in progress and deeper progress when we see what challenges occur. But for the moment, this is a start, and this is very important, and it gives reliability. For me, this is the most important term. We don't do actions day by day just by, oh, I just met someone on the street, he claimed to me, No, we have a strategy, we have a framework, and this is where we go, and everybody can read it. Also in Beijing, also in the high level of the Communist Party. And this is done by, let's finish with this one, because my friend Uli Lechte just gave me a pen, and I'm very happy now to have a liberal pen. We have to talk about plastics as well, but we'll do that later. Sorry, no. No, I wanted to say thank you, because, yeah. But no, seriously, we in this government did this together because we believe in liberal and in values that democracy pretend and protect. And this is something that is in this strategy definitely to be found. How we execute it lately, sorry, I cannot be more precise than I tried to be.
Well, I'm happy that you mentioned the good part of the liberals in the coalition, and I have to tell you that, my dear friend Mr. Barkin, it's not only the Greens, it was also the liberals who started to be on the Taiwan focus. It was a liberal minister who was the first one to visit Taiwan out of the government since the 90s. I think 1997 it was Günter Rexroth of the FDP. Wow, liberal minister for economy at that time. And we had a bunch to do to get the Social Democrats on the right path in history. So we had a wonderful time now with the Social Democrats in altering their position on Russia. They are still a partner party of the CCP, or Chinese Communist Party, CKP. you know what I'm talking about. So we had a bunch to do within our own communities and our own parties to get them to realize how important, for example, Taiwan is, and everybody's not talking of Taiwan. We had the wonderful times of Republic of China, and you all know what happened in the past over there. And as I already stated, it's the key factor for the whole conflict coming up on the Pacific, and that's has nothing to do with the conflict in Russia and Ukraine. If that starts with the Pacific, it's going to be a World War III scenario, because everybody has to choose at that moment where they're standing, on the democracy side or on the autocracy side. I just talked yesterday with Turkish economy guys and business guys, and I said to them, everything's wonderful, everybody likes trade. We tried to have the change with trade with China, and we were the best friends for 30 years now, or longer, since 1984. But Germany should be fed up by being friend with anybody, and they are spitting on us at the end, like Russia has spit on us, and we were the best partners of Russia, ignoring all signs on Nord Stream and all of that in the past decade. And now it's the same with China. I'm fed up hearing of businessmen how wonderful the Chinese market is for Germany and for Europe. Well, if that's so wonderful, living in a communist system that's being nationalistic right now, go, just leave. And all the Russian friends, there's big spaces over there in the Russian Federation. Just leave and go. And don't live in freedom and democracies. Hong Kong is lost, sorry for that. Yeah? Hopefully once in a while the Chinese people will awaken, whenever that will be in the future. But we have to save the democracy in Taiwan right now. We have to acknowledge that democracy is under fight, and that that's part of the game. What in the 21st century, Germany's people are talking about heating laws for 2045. Having the Russians on the east border, having destabilized Africa by Russians as well, refugee seekers from everywhere coming to Europe to destabilize here. We have rising right-wing parties, and we have a China who is waiting like the big spider in the net, being fed by any of us with our money to buy Navy stuff, warfare, and nukes that reach Washington, D.C. Every nuke that will reach Washington, D.C. is able to reach any point in Europe. But we have to be friends? No. So we had to alter the Social Democrats in their minds, we had to alter our own parties, and we have to alter the public opinion. Because China was for decades the best partner, and it's wonderful, and if we get them on the economic growth tray, everything will be wonderful, and that's not the case. Liberal world order is in danger.
I think, Sam, to your question, I don't think the differences within the government are really about the diagnosis. I think there is an emerging consensus within the German political establishment that China is no longer the lucrative one-way economic bet that it used to be. That it poses increasing challenges in terms of competition with Chinese companies moving up the value chain. The question, I think, is where the differences are, is what economic cost are we willing to pay for national security, for better national security? And that's where I think the divide still exists. There are, as I said, people in the government who want to, drawing on the lessons from Ukraine, pursue a fundamental rethink of the relationship, and there are others who would like to go a bit slower. I think the FDP has been a hugely positive influence on the Taiwan question. The education minister Stark-Watzinger's trip to Taiwan was the first, I think, by a German minister in a quarter of a century. So that sends a very strong signal. We heard a few days ago, if some of you were in the room, Franziska Brandner was here on the stage and talking about the ramping up of economic relations, the investment by TSMC here in Germany. I think that creates a new dynamic on Taiwan. I think getting back to paying economic costs, I think this is where perhaps the FDP has not been entirely consistent, because it is an FDP minister who is pushing back against the phasing out of Huawei and ZTE from the German 5G network. Yeah. Yes. So this is a tension in the government. It's a tension that exists within Europe more broadly. It's a tension that exists within the transatlantic relationship and within the G7. I think what Germany really needs to do now is sort of operationalize de-risking. They have not done that. The government is not at the point where it's setting red lines in the economic and technological relationship with China. This is the hard work that needs to be done. It's very... If we look at the Biden administration, they spent 2 years looking at this outbound in investment restrictions regime, and there's still a lot of questions about how they're going to proceed. So you need to invest the resources, and you need to acknowledge that Germany's and Europe's future prosperity depends on getting these red lines right. I think that's the big challenge. Europe is sort of at the beginning of this process. Von der Leyen has now, with her economic security agenda, has sort of kicked off the debate, but this is a debate that's going to be going on for a number of years, and also in a new European Commission. I think it will take time for Germany and for Europe to sort of decide where these red lines are, but I hope the process is now underway and is irreversible.
I think the difference between authoritarian or dictatorship and the democracy is, for the dictatorship like Russia, Putin and Xi Jinping, it's much easier for them to do something which should be run but still be completed. You can say that it takes two to tango. But for a democracy to fight together, hand in hand, is not, you cannot say it takes two to tango, it takes five to bingo. And I think we need a very emergent cooperation in Germany, in EU, across the Atlantic, back to Asia. And I can still recall one of the keywords in the guideline for Indo-Pacific, published on the 1st September 2020. 84 passages around. And I said, I read it twice. I can say 84 pages, you can make an espresso out of it for 2 sentences. The first sentence is, Germany has to diversify the supply chains. And the secondly, Germany must take part in the military maneuver. It's not written in maneuver, it's written in Übungen. And I noticed the difference between the decision which is internal already made and the readiness to carry that out. So what happens 1 year after this public guidelines for Indo-Pacific, Germany sent For the first time after 20 years, the first warship, okay, it's not a so big one, it's a frigate with the name Bayam. But in spite of that, they sent this frigate to Indo-Pacific, not across the Mittelmeer or Schwarzmeer, Indo-Pacific. That means the German that was still under the Great Coalition, SPD and CDU, because they know they have to do that, otherwise China would take advantage of this important Germany in the EU. But what did they do? They sent the frigate, but they didn't pass the Taiwan Strait. That means you notice there is a paradox between the decision which has been made, because they know we have to do that. We have to change our awareness of our relations between US, Germany and China, because just like us, we all have noticed China has been weaponizing the economic relationship between Germany, between Taiwan, between US, between France and Japan and China. We noticed that and we did it. We did it, and I call it TSMC. TSMC means not only Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, TSMC means also Taiwan stops missing China. And once you start, of course, you could get into directly conflict with China, but you earned your respect by the China. They know you are going to do something which is good for your own interest. And that's the reason why all the Staatsverwaltung, the FDP, Bildungs- und Forschungsministerin, she said in Taipei, we know China is not going to be very happy about my visit in Taiwan. Still, we did it. You know why? She was doing that, A, to show solidarity to Taiwan, and B, she was doing that for the interests of Germany. So I think that was good. That was a good start. And when our Minister for Technology and Research was here, I just said here, Habeck, she gave him a reception in the Ministry of Economy. So we had the FDP, we have the Green. They have already shown their readiness to tell the Chinese people, to tell the CCP, Chinese Communist Party, which means also China can punish. To tell the Chinese people, to tell the regime, we are ready to protect not only Taiwan, not only Hong Kong, we are ready to protect our interest. So I think the Chinese people, they are watching. It is said that for the next year, for 2024, the Ministry of Defense under Boris Pistorius will send, instead of 1 frigate, 2. So I'm expecting that at least one of these 2 frigates would pass the Taiwan Strait, just like what American, what the Canadian, Australian, the France, the British people have done. Do that, and China would respect what you have done. If you don't do that, they would think, I'm right, you are wrong. And that's the reason why you didn't do that, or why you did that just as I wished. So diversify and take part in this maneuver to protect the interests of the Germany, together with or the NATO or EU and so on. I think it would be a good start, which has been done already. Yes.
So yeah, I mean, I think we have time maybe to take a couple of questions from the audience. I will ask the panelists if they can try and keep their responses brief, just because I know that we're kind of running over at this point. But yep, over there. We've got a roving mic as well. So
here standing in this room recognize the threat of China, the rise of China, how that we should not rely on China as an authoritarian state. My question is, how do we encourage the business sector not to rely on China in terms of exporting to China, like in Germany's case will be car manufacturers. In the UK case or US case, it can be other things like investment in China. How do we encourage the business sector? Like say, when Lithuania recognized, like they have the Taiwan office in Vilnius, the Chamber of Commerce of Germany, I believe, has put some pressure on both the German government and the Lithuanian government not to do that. So Mr. Barkin just now mentioned that there is an economic cost that we should accept for the sake of national security. So are the business sector willing to take that cost, and how do we encourage them to do that? Like in the US, they have the Inflation Reduction Act. They go down the old road of unilateralism. Can the Europeans, like can we offer an alternative that is both multilateralism, but then we can encourage the business sector not to rely on China? Thank you.
Thanks. Can we get another round, another 2 questions as well? If that's okay, we'll take the 3 together. Great.
Hello, my name is Erika, and I'm from organization Taiwan Initiative, and then we're under the Deutsche Taiwan Gesellschaft. We are the lobby group in Germany. And so actually, I would like to add something like more practical in my Taiwanese perspective. I think it's like, as everyone knows, like in order to secure the station and don't to make the situation worse, we need to deepen the economic tie. And also, as the speaker mentioned, like economic security agenda is important. And I think I will assume that Taiwan, to build a bilateral trade agreement and free trade agreement with Taiwan will be essential to entwine and also secure the regional security in the Indo-Pacific area. But I just wondering that because Taiwan, we are already 20 years of the member of WTO, so there's no legal consideration why there's no further discussion between, there's one more step between Germany and Taiwan to build a BTA. And because we already have a Singapore and New Zealand as a partner to have the BTA with FTA with Taiwan. So I'm just curious about so from Germany government's perspective, talk about the risk. But at the same time, the risk we know is kind of to show the symbolism that gesture to China that we have the economy tie and also the good, the friendly attitude toward that, to conclude Taiwan as international player. But at the same time, I just sense also Germany very afraid to make a friend with Taiwan. So I'm just curious about is there any further discussions on this economy deepen relationship going on, or what's the consideration that we didn't see Germany has not any obvious move toward this topic? Thank you.
Thank you. One more. Yep.
Hi. I'm also, my name is Chris. I'm also from the Jüngere Taiwan Initiative, a branch of the German Taiwan Gesellschaft. So, okay, first I want to say I do want to give credit for the China strategy and changing. However, I want to point out something not particularly just to the German China strategy, but in general for all democracies, particularly liberal democracies. I don't understand why certain things are tolerated within the economic systems, particularly when we're talking about the firewall and the role that new technologies, new apps such as TikTok, Temu, and so on have on our societies. We have, I believe there's a huge blind spot with these strategies within the government of all liberal democracies, even in Taiwan, because I just came back from there. We have an issue where a new generation of younger people are either disengaged or too polarized to engage with our democracy. Yet, there's no deep conversation about this from the top, and there's no solution from the bottom up. And it really concerns me because this is the future that we all face, no matter what country we come from. And I feel that this has been left out in the conversation, and yet we tolerate this when we know that there's a firewall and that none of our companies outside of the firewall can engage with the people in China. And why, I don't understand why this has gone on and that nobody wants to really talk about this.
I don't know, Mr. Ambassador, if you want to perhaps take two of those questions first.
I think I used to say FTA means, on the one hand, free trade agreement. When it comes up to Taiwan, FTA means forget Taiwan again. The reason is clear. The reason is clear because China has been blackmailed all the countries who would like to do that with Taiwan. Purely out of the perspective of economic. They should do that. They should have been doing that. They should have done that with Taiwan. But the reason they didn't do it, they haven't done it, it's not because they don't want it. It's because China says, if you do that with Taiwan, you'll get punished. And for quite a long time, people have been thinking, I have to calculate. What am I going to lose if I do less? And that's just business. But for the Chinese people, they have been get used to it. They say what they want to be done, and it has been done. And the consequences is at the end of the day, Taiwan is not the only country which has suffered under this situation. All the EU countries now, they are suffering under this. And I think the people in Brussels, and I think in Germany too, they have been trying to find a way out of this cycle. The reason was clear. The reason was clear. They are afraid of the punishment of China. And I think they have been aware now of this situation. They have become aware of the situation. And in Germany, you say that the Teufelskreis, you won't get your price, you get nothing if you always give up. And I think Germany and the EU, they have made their decision to change this situation. The question is, I have been asked, do you think the movement of this changing, is that quick enough? As diplomat of Taiwan, I'm not allowed to say, yes, it's too slowly, but I said, well, for me, it is important that the direction in which it turns is correct. Too slow or not slow enough and not quick enough, I'm not the one to give the answer. But I think your question is aware. People already know this question, and maybe it takes a little bit time to give the answer.
Ja, wie man die
Okay, how to reduce the dependence to the national economy? I implied it. It's important that we in the European Parliament did not do the CIE agreement. This was a clear signal and was not expected by the representatives in the Council. Otherwise, Chancellor Merkel and President Macron would never have acted that way. The Parliament established a signal in favor of a new orientation of the Council and the Commission. And the other thing just finished. I mean, we need to discuss the free trade agreement with Taiwan and complete this discussion. I'm fully convinced that the failed free trade agreement with India needs to be relaunched again, but also, and this is one of my big wishes, the tax union with the Turkish Republic must be finished. A young generation at the border to Europe, and our national economy must have a broader basis here. But I'm fully convinced that we will have trade with China also in the future, but we will not depend on China. This is so important. And we must watch out. Who are our new contract partners? Are they Democrats as we are? No, this is not the case. That means we need to draw lines, and then by adapting the economic systems, you know, what we need is a polypole economic system. And this is the goal. And then the economy will follow. I'm fully convinced if the trade agreements exist, if there are no longer customs restrictions to India and so on, or if you want to cross the ocean towards Central America, Latin America, the economy will follow. But at current, it is the task of the politicians, because agreements and contracts are missing. This would accelerate the process, but honestly speaking, they are not the kind of Democrats we would wish to cooperate with, but they are countries with which you could cooperate on a level playing field in order to signalize towards China that we ask, you know, when it comes to China, but Taiwan does not belong to China, of course, that this cannot go on as it is. This is just a political situation. We, the deputies, are in charge of this, and we need to deliver. And if you ask me, we must deliver faster.
I will focus on your question about what the government can do to encourage the business sector to de-risk. I think the first step here, and I think this is already happening, is to reduce the incentives to invest in China, because German economic policy has been geared to incentivizing this, right? So there have been changes to the policy towards investment guarantees, to sort of put a ceiling on any guarantees that could be provided for a single country, and that will I think disincentivize this cluster risk that we were talking about. The other thing that the government can do is to send a clear signal that if things go wrong, if, heaven forbid, we were to have a conflict in the Taiwan Strait, if suddenly China was supporting Russia more actively in its war in Ukraine, and sanctions needed to be implemented, then that the government would not necessarily be there to bail out companies that had to pare back or cut off their China operations. So I think the war in Ukraine has been useful in the sense that companies had to basically shut up shop overnight. And there is now, I think, a deeper realization within the German corporate world that this could also happen in China. I think the heavy lift is about setting these red lines, regulating what companies in Germany can sell to China and where they can invest. And that, I think, that debate has just started, as I was saying, and this involves, let's face it, a kind of unlearning decades of Germany's approach to economic policy, which is, I think there's a great deal of resistance in this country to telling companies what they can sell and where they can invest. And you know, we live in a new geopolitical landscape now where the government has to have this conversation with business. I think in the German-China strategy, I think it's spelled out quite clearly that this is a conversation that the government wants to have with business, but it's a difficult one, and it will take a change of thinking, both in the political establishment but also in the corporate world.
Well, the perfect thing about living in a democracy is that you are able to do, and you are free to do, crazy stuff. And the politics told the people that TikTok is used by China to collect personal data and all of that. I don't use TikTok. And I find it wonderful when some colleagues tell me how perfect that is to reach the youth and all of that. So they can be as crazy as they want because they are living in a free democracy. So there won't be any laws against using TikTok or stuff like that. Not with the Liberal Party. People have to use their own brains, their intelligence, and do that. Talking about economy ties, well, Germany has 12% democracy, economy ties with China, but I have to remember also Taiwan used to have up to 60%, 56% economic bondings, and Japan has 40% with China. So that is a part of the game, and that has to change because all of these economies over there in Far East are stricter bonded to China than all the others. And so that's part of the truth as well. I'm happy that I'm hearing that we have 2 destroyers to be sent to the Strait of Taiwan. I don't believe that we will have 1 because we don't have enough ships. There will be some smaller ships around, perhaps 1 or 2, but it will be only 1 big vessel we are being able to send. And I can tell you by my heart that I wanted it already at the last time that our Navy vessel Bayern would have been gone through the Strait of Taiwan, and I hope that we will reach it next time. If it would be a green liberal decision, that would be already clear. So please be beloved with your social democrats part of the game. That will be the one side that we have to take into custody to use international strait of for trade and all of that, because we all know what's going on there. Last thing, one China policy, one Europe policy. So when you talked about Lithuania, I was with my colleagues of the Traffic Light Coalition and of the biggest opposition party, CDU, in Vilnius, just when that stuff happened with that Taiwan office up there, and then China wanted to punish Lithuania. Well, that was good for China because that punishment was the start of the One Europe policy, and that was when everybody realized what is going on with China and part of the game with Taiwan. And so at the end, it was the end of the 17+1 club, and I think that movement should be stabilized by all democratic guys around here to tell the East European partners that they should leave clubs with China and stay in a free and a democratic way. And seeing what they are doing with the Russians right now is on the world stage. So we should be striving for freedom and democracy all over around.
I will try to be very short because you all are hungry, I guess. To answer the first part, I have 2 answers. The one is combining probably Ian and Erica, and I'm very happy. Unfortunately, Mr. Barkin has gone because I was thinking of how to translate Hermesbürgschaften, and he did it for me. It's guarantees, of course, on investment. Maybe this is one point where we have some disagreements, the Liberals and the Greens, on free trade agreements, because we have to look on due diligence and we have to look on the standards, because free trade agreements doesn't necessarily mean that everything's free and easy, but we lose competition of standards if we don't pay attention to forced labor, to environment issues, to many other standards in the European Union is tackling. We're talking about Mercosur soonly, so we have to look on this as well. And I was just looking into my shoes because I'm a style victim too, and we're looking for new, standards, can be new difficulties for trade and tariffs and etc. And I was looking, oh, my shoes are made in Cambodia. So I have had a discussion with the human rights defenders from Cambodia who tell me the working situation and the workers in Cambodian fabrics are not necessarily from the country. They are sometimes coming from China as well. So this is something we have to look very closely to. I know we don't want a bureaucratic monster and all these frames that I hear sometimes, but we need, as a customer in Europe, I want to be sure that the products that I buy do not come from circumstances I don't want to live with. I don't want to walk in shoes that are blood made. Sorry to say that, but this is the harsh term for it. Secondly, I would like to answer Chris' question, because I think that was my second thesis. Disinformation is part of the problem. Digital invention is not necessarily always good. Come from a federal state of Hessen, we just had elections. Actually, it wasn't as much as we wanted, but it's not my point. We lost 5 points, but we were strong in the age group 8 to 25 or 8 to 24. We were the strongest. We were the hot shit. Climate topics, etc. Green youth, everything brilliant. We are no longer. We are no longer. Conservative party has ruled, xenophobia, etc. Second became the Nationalist Party from AfD. And our talkings in our parliamentarian group even run after TikTok, because we are like, you know, we politicians are a little hectic sometimes, and I wouldn't say hysterious, but closely to. And everybody's like, oh, I need a TikTok account to, you know, get back the youth. And me as a human rights guy was like, hey guys, what are you talking about? I mean, explaining politics in a 20-second video doesn't put us back on the agenda of young people. And we have to think about the ways we go. And that's why I said digital inventions and disinformation will become, or is even today, a security threat to our democratic societies. I'm very happy that you made the point, would like to enlighten or highlight this, because on the end of the day, people will come and say, why didn't you warn me? I didn't know that China would gather all these information about me. Why didn't you warn me? Where's the protection of the state when it comes to these kind of things? We are still, and this is also something that former Chancellor Merkel said, we are still discovering Neuland. Neuland, how to translate Neuland? Mr. Barkin, where are you, man? I need you. So this is something we have to keep in mind as well, that if we put political topics only into headlines, we have had this debate for, you know, politainment, etc., for 20, 30 years, but today the attention of young people to news information has become, when it was like this, it had become like this. And TikTok, for me personally, is not the solution to answer this. Maybe for 2 questions. Thank you.
Well, on that note, I would just like to ask you all to put your hands together for our fantastic panelists and to tell you that we'll be reconvening at 1:30. Thank you.
This logo, I need the logo.
Okay. Give me a nice warm smile. Yes, thank you very much. One more. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Hello, hello. Hi, everyone. I hope you all had a nice and fruitful networking lunch. And now we are coming back for our second panel about the significance of Hong Kong and Taiwan. Now, please invite our distinguished panelists to the stage, and yes, we will begin.
Hallo again. Ich bin hier für Herrn Rosentritt.
So before we start the panel, we'd like to remind everyone that we have machine for translation. So anyone who wants to listen in German or in English, just go to the corner to get a machine. And the channel 4 is for German language, and channel 5 is for English language. So so in the morning, we have heard a lot of insightful input from our distinguished panelists about the new Germany's China strategy. We touch upon the significance of Taiwan. We talk a lot about Taiwan, also talk about Hong Kong. One panelist believes Hong Kong has lost already. I'm not sure if our panelists would agree. I personally have different opinions, but that's the subject of our panel for this afternoon. We are so glad to have invited a roster of distinguished panels. On my right side, we have Sam. Everyone has met him already. And we have Ms. Didi Kesten-Talot, who is a Newsweek journalist who was working in Standard and also Associated Press in Hong Kong during the 1997 handover. And in Europe, she also worked for Deutsche Welle and Die Welt, and one more, but I don't remember. Yes, and she is also the author of a book about China infiltration and how China steals technology from Western country. It's so happy to have you here. And right side of Didi, we have Professor Amy Silt, who is the General Secretary of Freiheit für Hong Kong Vereint. She was born and raised in Hong Kong, but she moved to Australia in around 20s, 30s, around? In teens, yes. And afterwards, she moved to Germany, and since 2019, during the movement in Hong Kong, she became very active, and now she is one of the Hong Kong community leader in Germany. Thanks for sitting here. Thanks for coming. And Mr. Engin Eroglu, I think I don't need to introduce him. Everyone knows him very well, and we have already heard his insight this morning. And also Professor Xi. Originally, we invited Mr. Frank Müller-Rosentritt to sit on this panel, but however, due to the change of his schedule, he couldn't make it. But luckily, we get Professor Xi to share more insights with us. I'm sure everyone enjoys very much of your puns. So the title of the panel is "What are the significance, Hong Kong and Taiwan significance for the international order and EU?" I think the topic is very self-explanatory, so I would just give the floor to our panelists to share their insights on this topic. Maybe start from Sam?
Well, thank you. I mean, I've put down a few random thoughts, but I hope they sort of string together in a stream of consciousness. I mean, I think the first thing to say is that the European Union and Germany in their trade policy have a firm pillar for human rights and for democracy and respect for the rule of law. And I think the first thing to say about Hong Kong and Taiwan and their relevance to Germany and the international order is the question of values. And the fact that the Hong Kong pro-democracy movement and Taiwan's thriving democracy and the fact that it's a leading democracy in the region is a complete rebuttal to the Chinese government's claim that 1.4 billion people do not want to live in a democracy and could not thrive in a democracy. And I think that, again, is why the pro-democracy movement in Hong Kong was such an affront to Xi Jinping, a man who has solidified so much power personally around him. I think the second point, of course, is that Hong Kong continues to play an important role in the global economy. It is the only financial center in the Asia-Pacific region for now. It continues to be a connector for investment going into China and coming out of China, about 2/3 of investment. It's the largest offshore center for the renminbi, about close to $1 trillion of the renminbi is based in Hong Kong. Any hope of that currency being internationalized will be in Hong Kong. It continues to be a legal center, a common law jurisdiction where its case law can be used in other common law countries, whether that's the UK or Australia. And of course, Taiwan's significance cannot be understated. Often in this debate, we talk about semiconductor chips. There's a reason for that. 90% of high-value semiconductor chips are made in Taiwan. It has a huge stranglehold on this sector. And one of the reasons, I think, why Taiwanese semiconductor manufacturers are so happy to set up wafer fabs in Germany or in the US is that they are so advanced and so far ahead that by the time these wafer fabs come online, Taiwan will still have a huge lead in the world. And without these chips, of course, our smartphones, our computers, our fridges would not work. And if anything were to happen to Taiwan and its democracy, it would be a catastrophe, not just for democratic values, but it would be a catastrophe for the global economy of huge proportions that no one can quite countenance. It would make very much what the global economic fallout of what has happened in Ukraine, it would really make it quite something. And then there is, of course, the consequences of not caring about what happens to Hong Kong or not caring about what could happen to Taiwan. Hong Kong, unfortunately, has become a black market for the export of goods, for sanctions busting. If you look at research by the Carnegie Endowment Fund, they found that in 2022, $400 million worth of semiconductor chips were sent from China via Hong Kong to Russia, undermining European sanctions. The EU has sanctioned several Hong Kong-listed companies for this very thing. And so there are responsibilities here if you do nothing. The second point, of course, is that what is happening in Hong Kong on a human rights level, the jailing of journalists, of pro-democracy activists, the dismantling of independent courts, is a blueprint for what China might seek to do if it invades Taiwan, if it were to pressure its other neighbors. It's an alternative model that it's seeking to create. And you are seeing that now as it seeks to hobble Hong Kong and force it into this greater Bay Area. It will be a regulatory race to the bottom, and it will make Hong Kong all the worse off for it. There are, of course, consequences for German businesses and consequences for European businesses. The Hong Kong government recently announced that it will introduce Article 23 domestic security legislation that primarily will be focused on expanding the espionage laws in Hong Kong to target the conduct of foreign businesses and regulate it. And this will have consequences for German businesses and European businesses and whether they can stay in Hong Kong. And so I think, in short, we need to learn the lessons of what has happened over the last few years, not least with Putin's invasion of Ukraine, which of course is a threat to democracy, but also has had a huge economic impact for European countries that ordinary Germans will feel this winter looking at their gas bills, and they will also feel at the shops because of increased inflation. And in this debate, there seems to be a misnomer. It's like we've forgotten what the international rules-based system has given us, the huge wealth, the huge protection. And what the PRC seeks to do is to challenge that international rules-based system, and the foundation of which is democracy. And if we're not willing to stand up for democracy, whether that's in Taiwan or in Hong Kong or elsewhere, we may wake up one day and find that the international rules-based system that's protected us for so long no longer exists. And finally, Many of us in this debate always think about the next generation. Maybe they won't repeat our mistakes. Maybe young people who are aspirational, who have ideals, those young people who took to the streets in Hong Kong, maybe they can save us. But increasingly, our own democracies here at home are being thrown into question. The Open Society Foundation published a survey this month where they polled young people in over 30 countries, including in Germany and the UK and others. And they found that 1 in 3 of them would support the idea of having a strong leader who didn't have to have elections and could do what they wanted. The same survey found that they thought that China would be the most influential country by 2030. So again, if we're not willing to act overseas to defend democracy, it will be fed back at home. And I think, as the gentleman over there said earlier in the first panel about the role of new technologies, your TikToks, that are spreading disinformation and manipulating the public debate, this is a huge problem. So I do think there are consequences for our reluctance to do something for Hong Kong. And if we're not willing to stand with our friends in Taiwan, there will be even more consequences.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you very much for the invitation. It's really nice to be here. I wanted to say, essentially, I suppose 3 main points. I'll start with the general, then I'll move to something to do with purely politics and technology transfer, and then finally end up with my own profession, which is journalism, a short comment on that towards the end. My general point relates to what was said this morning about Germany and the situation here in Germany, the level of knowledge, the level of understanding about what is the Communist Party of China, what is the People's Republic of China, and what do these places represent to Germany, democracy, and Europe, and indeed the world, the international order, which we're supposed to talk about on this panel. And here I think I would like to pick up on something that our colleague said this morning when he said very interestingly that Angela Merkel always knew that Putin didn't want Europe like this, i.e. expanding, flourishing, all this sort of stuff, like a happy kind of democratic place. Why didn't she tell us at the time? Excellent question. I have my own example to give of exactly this problem to do with China. And that is, in November 2021, Angela Merkel, in one of her last journeys before leaving the Chancellery, went to Tel Aviv. And there in the King David Hotel, she had a session with members of the INSS, the National Security Studies Institute for National Security Studies, which is in Tel Aviv. And she spoke extremely interestingly about how Germany and China could even cooperate in future economically, because she talked about cars, technology, self-driving cars, etc. She talked about China's very specific conception of information, of data, of security, of secrecy, of cyber issues. We all know there's been a raft of very important laws in China controlling these things, and she said, you know, China has a very specific concept of all these issues. How, please, in a hyper-connecting and ever more closely connecting through technology world, can Germany, and she's raised this question, can German car makers even build cars together with China in future? She said that. And I was completely stunned because I have literally never heard her say anything like that in public in Germany. And why wasn't she saying these things in public in Germany if she knew it? This is not to criticize Angela Merkel herself personally, but simply to comment on her role as a politician and as a leader, a long-time leader of Germany during these years where Germany so deepened its relationship with the People's Republic of China on all levels. And again, what we're looking at here, I think, is in Europe a real absence of, frankly, well, of leadership, of good leadership. And the courage, and this is a point I want to stress, as a Demut, right? The courage of leaders to speak out and say what is what, because you're not serving the people by thinking one thing and only ever saying another in public. This may have had a greater impact on German businesses if she had, in fact, pursued this conversation according to what she clearly knew. And if anyone wants that link, it's really worth watching in full. It's extremely instructive. So that was my first point. kind of a general one about the information environment we're in and how it's been shaped or not shaped over the last 10, 15, 20 years here in Germany, in Europe. My second point is quite specifically to do with Hong Kong, because I feel always in these discussions nominally about Hong Kong that sometimes Hong Kong falls between the chairs. It ends up being about China, it ends up being about other things. Hong Kong and Taiwan too, canaries in the coal mine in slightly different ways, if you like, because Hong Kong is already eingefangen, it's already in the cage. And when Hong Kong, when the state security law came over Hong Kong in June 2020, I began to research the steps that had happened in Hong Kong, to Hong Kong, over decades previously, because I wanted to figure out how can Hong Kong serve as a warning to other societies in terms of stopping the influence and interference, which is an integral part of the Communist Party of China's work in the world. And there are reasons for that, but I won't get into them, why it's an integral part, but I won't get into them now. And what I began to discover, and I wrote a paper about this, what I began to discover was, of course, a very, very interesting pattern, starting at key points in 1992. So the Hong Kong handover to China was in 1997. The People's Congress of China, the National People's Congress, the Chinese People's Political Consultative Conference, which is the United Front, or the major United Front organization of the CCP, which operates in China and around the world, started to appoint specific individuals who were Hong Kongers, mostly, to specific important roles within these organizations, often in the leadership level, which is very important. And you could trace the stages whereby political influence and interference began to move into Hong Kong, where it had obviously always been an issue, being so physically close, so culturally close, so familiarly close to the mainland of China, obviously. But this was a very specific political structural issue. And it was very fascinating to see that process, and I mapped it out. And my concern here is that these are moves which I see happening in other societies. Now, they happen slightly differently, because you can't do, say, in Germany, exactly what you do in Hong Kong for all kinds of reasons. However, you have the same structures at work, doing similar things according to the local environment. And the CCP is very good at adapting to the so-called local environment or national conditions, as it calls it, including overseas, right? And I think that's why I really began to do a lot of research into the detail of how the United Front and other organizations of the CCP, because, you know, of course, United Front work, which aims to draw together to the party everyone who can be drawn in, and to isolate and essentially destroy those who cannot be persuaded to join the Communist Party and support, it's really the core of what the party does and how it stays in power, and not just in China, but how it projects its power around the world. It's very, very important, and certainly people of Chinese origin who live overseas feel this very keenly, very harshly from time to time, as do other people. So that was, you know, it wasn't, however, just a political process that I was able to map. It was also the process going on in the police. That began at similar times with very key appointments, people coming, people being drawn away, and also in civil society. You could see the number of groups who were formally affiliated to United Front and other structures of the Communist Party in China. The numbers were just exploding. It began around the time of the handover, and then boom, by about 2017, you had gone from about 8,000 to about 50,000 civil society groups. Now, so this is obviously a kind of a takeover. And is it, you know, how does that change the international order? Well, it's pretty obvious what it does. It changes an awful lot of things, and often takes advantage of the ignorance overseas among people who don't understand what's going on to shape the terrain, to shape the landscape in ways that they don't recognize. but are happening nonetheless. And then with a very targeted outreach to political elites, to business elites, it can be extraordinarily effective as a technique. And I think just finally, I don't want to speak too long, so forgive me if I have, but finally, I wanted to say something about sort of another topic that was touched on this morning, disinformation. I'm back in journalism now after 5 years in think tanks. And we really are, I think, as societies, as democratic, open societies, extremely vulnerable to what, you know, to these efforts by authoritarian powers, by dictatorial sort of systems, to being infiltrated and overturned, influenced, shaped. And I sort of, you know, there's a phrase, the fog of war. I call it, at this point, I think we're deep in something that I call the fog of information war. And I think that our societies, our people, our kids on TikTok are almost completely unable to handle it. And it's extremely concerning. One very final point. I read the other day that Nepal has just banned TikTok. They're like, no, we don't like it. Sorry, not good. Not going to have it. And of course, in the US, in March, people basically gave up. You know, the administration has done nothing about it. It's just kind of raging out there. And the latest thing you will have seen is that everyone's sort of circulating this letter by Osama bin Laden because they think it's really eye-opening and really great. I mean, okay. International order. I'll leave my comments there.
Thank you very much for having me here. I'm not a professional in the political arena. I'm a professional in the IT arena, but today I'd like to speak to you from the perspective of a grassroots activist and maybe give you some insights about what I see or what I observe when I interact with Hong Kongers in Germany, in Europe, as well as local Germans. Maybe I start by saying really thank you for this opportunity to even say something, because the Hong Kong agenda has really fallen off the radar of public media. We're not really on social media anymore. So any opportunity to say something, we really truly appreciate it. And as a member of Fry for Hong Kong, I would like to say thank you to IED also for hosting this event. Thank you. So what I'm going to say has a lot to do with your second point. In fact, I try not to repeat and just maybe put in some compliments and add some new information. So not to repeat the phrase too many times, but the topic or the title of this event, Canary in a Coal Mine, I really see Hong Kong as a canary in a coal mine, because if Germany and Europe, and by extension the rest of the world, if they're not careful, what's happening to Hong Kong will happen to them. So let me just name some examples here. Again, try not to repeat what you just said too much. In Germany, we know that there had been 2 police stations, the Chinese, so-called Chinese overseas police stations. Now, what's interesting about this part is the German government then contacted the Chinese authorities and be like, hey, you guys need to shut this down. And the Chinese part said, okay, we do it. They didn't. Now, the German government had to do this at least once more, and I didn't follow up what exactly happened at the end, but my point is the Chinese government is really blatant. They will keep doing it. You can ask them to stop. They may or may not play fair, right? So that's one thing. And by the report from Safeguard Defenders just about a year ago, there are at least 12 more such police stations in further European countries. So what I'm trying to say is China tries to make an influence on Germany, on Europe, and they don't do it subtly in this case. They just do it, like take things into their own hands and just execute stuff. Now, on the other hand, they can also do it subtly, and the example would be the Confucius Institutes. We have 19 of them in Germany, and I don't want to go into details what happens there, except to say a lot of the funding comes directly from the Chinese government. And there was an incident, I think it was 2 years ago, when 2 German journalists, they wanted to present a book in such one Confucius Institute, and the book described leader Xi Jinping in not such a favorable way. And this event was canceled at short notice. As an academic, what really disappointed me was that there was hardly no uproar in Germany. How can this be? Imagine if this is a French or some other European academic had an event in Germany, suddenly are canceled, you're going to have reports on the news. No, there was hardly anything about it. And this is, again, one way of China trying to exert influence subtly. So to mention a few more examples, there had been the purchase of part of the harbor ownership in Hamburg. Volkswagen has 33 factories in China. We've already heard about Mercedes earlier today. And remember that the Chinese Communist Party, they are a world-leading expert in infiltration and exerting influence. They have had decades of expertise on this, and they do it either overtly or subtly. In any way they do it. That's my point. They do it. And if we now broaden the horizon a bit to the rest of the world, they have overseas Chinese police stations in Asia, in Africa, in North America, in Latin America. There have been persons arrested for secretly working for China in the UK parliamentary system, in the New York City police station, in American think tank, and so on and so on. We also heard today earlier that, okay, many governments or countries now are very aware that Huawei is a technology we should probably avoid because of security issues. What is not so well known, however, is that there are also surveillance technologies used in East Turkestan, aka Xinjiang, that's widely used around the world still. And the awareness is simply not there that we should also stop, just like the Huawei technologies. So what I'm trying to say is the portfolio of China's ability to carry out this influence work and infiltration, that portfolio is big and wide. They have the willpower and they have the resources to do it. And if I now come back to Hong Kong a bit and also come back to your point a bit as well, this is where Hong Kong comes into place because like Mr. Eroglu said earlier today, when the changeover happened, China didn't come with an army. They didn't point guns at my head and be like, you need to do this now. No, it wasn't like that. It was influence and infiltration at every step, starting from decades before the changeover up till the current day. To complement some of what you just said, this kind of infiltration happened at all kinds of institutions in Hong Kong, starting at the parliament, at the city level, at all kinds of local councils at the regional level, in the police force, in the financial industry, in higher education, even in high school and grade school, all kinds of local civil societies, just at every level, everywhere you see this. And this is also already happening in Germany and Europe, and this is the scary part. And as an activist, I can tell you when I talk to an average local German person, they are not aware that the danger is big, the danger is real, and the danger is here. There is no such awareness. And I'm thinking early in the first panel discussion, the topic of how are we going to bring about policy change? If we had this general level of awareness in our society, it will be so much easier to push policy through because you have the support of the local people. This is what, as an activist, I always try to achieve. Make sure people know about this. I don't think they purposely try to avoid it. They just don't have the awareness. They don't know that this is something they should pay attention to. And this is where my work comes in. And if you look at Hong Kong, it's been only 4 years since the mass protests broke out for democracy and freedom. It's been only 3 years since the national security law came into force. And already we've lost all basic freedoms. We've lost the rule of law. Civil society is practically completely eradicated. So looking back, as a Hong Konger now, I say, look at Tibet, look at the Uyghurs. What happened to them back then is happening to us now. So what I really don't want to happen is in, I don't know, a few years, 10 years, 20 years time, I don't want a local German person to say, oh, look at Hong Kong, what happened to them back then, it's happening to us now. And this is what I would like to really avoid, and this is why I continue with my activism work. This change can happen very quickly. Like I said, 3-4 years, all gone. It doesn't take them very long. As a final remark, I would like to say something as a Hong Konger because ever since the national security law came into force, lots of Hong Kongers chose to hide, and reasonably so, and they don't want to say anything. But I would like to tell you what I hear from them so that you can hear what they say. They, very much appreciate the solidarity that you offer, and I'm talking about politicians, I'm talking about journalists, think tanks, fellow activists from Tibet, for the Uyghurs, from Taiwan, and so on. We really do appreciate the solidarity. And I also want to let you know that they also want to stand with you. It's just that right now the danger is too high. Please do know that they have this appreciation for you. Thank you.
Ja, nochmal vielen Dank auch für die.
All right, thank you very much for all the interesting things you said. The significance of Hong Kong for the European Union. Sam made a good point. The economic importance cannot be described any better. There's one special aspect that Sam touched upon, and that's the production of semiconductors. If you've dealt with this topic, then you know it's not just a question of raw materials and supply chains. It's a huge investment to create such a giant factory or gigafactory to produce and manufacture semiconductors at the volume that you needed for the global market. We're not talking about the European market, but we're talking about the position of Taiwan in global industry. And also, this is high-tech, it's not low-tech, it's very high-level, high technology, so you can't just create a gigafactory anywhere in Europe. At the moment, we don't have any. You also need the staff capable to manufacture semiconductors of that quality. So we are not able to create this here in Europe, even if we want to politically. So we are majorly dependent economically, as Sam said, also in terms of investments. But I don't want to just talk about the economic aspect. That's the larger bridge that we're creating between Hong Kong and Taiwan and many other regions in China, and they link back to us, actually. And that's values like education, freedom, peace. In Taiwan and in Hong Kong, we have a different cultural background than here in Europe. Of course, no harm in it. It's a long way from the European Union. But in these regions, like in Taiwan and in Hong Kong, we have freedom and democracy. And outside of the borders of the European Union, people still want and do live peacefully together and coexist. And that's the interesting thing here. Hong Kong, China and Taiwan could have coexisted, continued to coexist, as they did in the last decades. But then there's one actor in the region, the President Xi, who doesn't want that. There is no reason why Xi says now that Taiwan needs to be reclaimed by China again, or Hong Kong needs to be reclaimed. The Chinese economy doesn't need Hong Kong or Taiwan for that. It would continue to grow without Hong Kong and Taiwan. But we do see a pattern here. That's why in the earlier discussion I said that we have to learn from history. So the pattern we see is that autocratic systems and autocrats like to invade their neighbors for whatever reason. And then the question is, if we see that there's a spiral of violence from these autocrats, there's hardly a dictatorship that can cling to power without using violence. So it's a continuous and recurring spiral of violence that they need to use to cement their power and to stay in power. So the question I have is, how long can you go in the spiral and what happens after that? And that's what we've seen in Ukraine, when the Russian Federation didn't have enough conflicts in the country anymore, then had to take it to Ukraine. Sure, we have to draw up red lines, and the impacts are not only economic. It's all about Hong Kong not being an example of how to oppress democracy and eradicate democracy within a short period of time, or 2 or 3 years. And people accepted then, not voluntarily, but because of police force being present in large numbers and because of fear of what could follow. And we can learn a lot from that. That's why I think it's crucial to learn from these lessons. So at the end of the day, this means, yes, we have to become more independent. And here I agree with you, Mr. Ambassador. We also have to learn to defend ourselves. And defense is not only on the sea with frigates, but it also happens in media and in the media landscape. And we heard about TikTok and other social media programs that are used for exerting influence. So we need to be able to defend ourselves online as well as offline. And I think in the future we have to invest more and more here. And I'm very happy that we agree here. Do we need TikTok to live in Europe? Well, I think we don't. If it didn't exist, then something else would pop up tomorrow. So no, we don't. You don't need it to live. It's not necessary for your organism biologically to survive. So no, there's always a new means of communication or sharing information. Leaders like Chancellor Merkel, ex-Chancellor Merkel, have made significant mistakes here in the past. And we see the consequences now. And I cannot understand how the deal in Hamburg came together, why they didn't say no. And we've seen, as I said earlier, we've proven in the European Parliament, in the context of the CAI agreement, that you can say no. The world didn't break down in the European Union because of saying no. We have to understand that the threat is bigger, the danger is bigger than we imagine, and Hong Kong and Taiwan are not only economic interests, but they also represent our interests, even though they are far away from Europe, but they are beacons of hope, they show that you can live in freedom and democracy far away from Europe.
Mr. Frank Rosentree, he should be sitting here instead of me, but he couldn't make it, and I was just trying to imagine what he would say in this case, because he is a good friend of Taiwan, a royal friend of Taiwan. He has, I think, 3 times he has visited Taiwan, and we also talked about Hong Kong earlier, and I would say there is something familiar between the paths of Taiwan and Hong Kong. We are the two places in the historical China who has been governed by a foreign government. Hong Kong from 1841, that was the agreement, and 1842 until 1997, that is 155 years. Taiwan, not that long, but from 1895 to 1945 for 50 years. And when Hong Kong was given back, ceded to the UK to China from UK, the government of Hong Kong of the Beijing said, "You people of Taiwan, look over here. What do you see here? What happened here would be the future of Hong Kong." They said that with pride. And they mean that one 一国两制, one country, 2 systems. And that was 1997. 25 years later, we saw what that means. That's not one country, 2 systems. That's one country, 2 problems. Because if you have been governed, okay, it was a foreign government, but it was a government which allowed, the rule was you have freedom of speech, you have freedom of press, and so on. And I can still recall when Taiwan was struggling for democracy, that was the years between 1949 to 1987, we admired what the Congolese people could enjoy as regard to the democracy. And so after 20 years, after 35 years, it's sad. It's sad if you look back to what has happened to Hong Kongese people and to Taiwan. And list, as I saw a couple of days ago, I saw the title, Canary in the Coalmine. And that already happens. This function of Hong Kong already happens in the year 2019. I think I can still recall there was one Hong Kong ago, young girl, I think 20 or 25. She put a short video, shortly before the election of Taiwan. She put a video, I think it was 20 or 30 seconds, and she was holding a plate. And in Chinese, and it was written, Taiwan人, 我们只示范一次. We demonstrate only one time for you. That was 22 years after Hong Kong was taken over by China. Yeah. And I think what we can say, okay, I'm saying here in the place of Frank Rosentried, ich habe einmal, once I had a conversation in a meeting of the Alexander Humboldt Stiftung. I'm one of them. And beside me stands a professor, a German, teaching history on the Free University Berlin. And after he knew that I'm the representative of Taiwan, he was teaching British history, and that means also Indian and Hong Kong. And he said to me, after he knew that I'm from Taiwan, and he said to me, you see, I think the Chinese people, and that was 2019, before the copy, I think the Chinese people, they have their right, they deserve their right to develop and own their own value system. Why should we, European, tell them what kind of system of value you should have? I don't think we have the right to give them, to force them to take over our system of value. And I asked, what do you mean by this system of values? And she said, yeah, well, it's like freedom of speech, freedom of press, mere part-time system, pluralism in the political party landscape. I was so angry and I told him, do you think that's what you said, freedom of speech, freedom of press, pluralism in the political life? Do you think that's a European value? Do you think that you define that as a system of European values? And I say, it was not long ago. Until 1990, DDR, 50 million people. Not before that, until 1990, after the unification of the DDR or the BRD, they started to enjoy this system of European. And, you know, you teach history. You teach history from 1918 to 1948, the so-called 30-jährige Krieg, the 30 years war of region. You European, you had to, once upon a time, okay, it was 3 or 4 centuries earlier, but you European, you also had to fight for these values. So they are not European system of values, they are global values. Secondly, if you believe that what the communist regime said, we have our own culture and we should have our own value of system. And what the European, the American, what they are proclaiming the values, they are not the Chinese. We don't need that. And I asked him, if that's the case, why there are so many jails built up from the CCP for the Chinese people? If the Chinese people don't want less, there shouldn't be any jail at all. Then he was, yeah, what I want to say, and 4 years later, you know, Richard David Precht. In this April, the foreign ministry of foreign affairs of Germany, Frau Baerbock, she visit China after Scholz, and that was, I think that was the 30th April, and she said in Beijing, we cannot accept shoot one of the two sides use violence to change the status quo in the Strait of Taiwan, and so on. And this median Philosoph, es gibt Philosophen und Philosophen, ja, he said, Frau Baerbock, how could she be so stupid to tell the Chinese people to have our system of values? And he's famous. This guy is famous, and it's the same. Our system of value. That's such kind of arrogance. And he's if I had him, I would have to say Liu Xiaopo, who died in jail on the 13th July 27, after 10 years after they put him in the jail. And he was an icon of the people who were ready to sacrifice in a very, very peaceful way to show their wishness, to show their wish for a life which you can say is a life of human beings and so on. So I think we have a lot of to do also here in Germany. People really think, some people really think the Chinese people, they are different. They are different. Maybe is that what we used to do? We have been used to. That's not what they want. It's not the case. The Chinese people. Let's try. If the Chinese, if the communist regime, they are so confident that the Chinese people does not need this kind of system. Again, political pluralism in the political system, freedom of speech and so on. Just let them try. Let's say for 1 year, as a probe. For 1 year, the Chinese people from Hong Kong to Tibet, Uyghur, they have the right to have a free debate. They have the right to discuss with people outside. I think maybe the political of Germany, maybe by the next dialogue with the Chinese government, because it happens every year, they can say, if you are so confident in your system, if you are so confident that your system is working much better than ours, let's make a contest. Let's make a contest. We just give the people for 1 year, not more, for 1 year. And for the Hong Kong people to have the chance to talk with the Chinese embassy, together with me, together with the people from Auswärtige Amt, that sit öffentlich, in public, on a table, and we make 20 minutes, we give them 2 hours to convince us that they are right. It should be done, I think, in this case, maybe next time when the European parliamentarian or the Bundesabgeordneten, because I heard, and that's what Frank Miller Rosenthal, he told me, the Chinese delegations, they are so, I have to say that in German. In the German Märchen, there's always a dumme Gans. Yeah? And there's one Gans which is dümmer und dümmer as diese Gans. And that's the Chinese arrogance. Yeah.
Thank you all the panelists for sharing their insights and their stance on this topic. I know we still have time. So I will ask questions to each panelist, and please keep it concise and keep it short. I also want to reserve some time for our audience. So Sam, you have talked about the economic and legal importance of Hong Kong, and Hong Kong had has always been a window for China to import and export and circumvent sanctioned goods. And I remember 2 years ago, Hong Kong Watch has also published a report pointing out some Western company investing in, for example, tenant high-efficient companies that were involved in the development of some technology used in Xinjiang. And in the morning panel, we also talk a lot about German companies' dependence in China. But how about Hong Kong? Are there a lot of German companies in Hong Kong? And also, what is the fall of Hong Kong means to German company and German economy?
I mean, that's a big question. I'll try and unpack it as quickly as I can. I mean, I think the problem is, more broadly, that you allude to, is that a lot of pension funds in the West are financing Chinese technology companies that are then being used to oppress people in China and, by extension, now people in Hong Kong. And a lot of it's unwitting. And these pension funds, as many of us know, will hide behind a criteria called environmental, social, and governance. It basically means we want to invest in things that are green. We want to invest in things that have good social values like human rights, gender balance and boards. And we want to invest in companies that have proper governance structures. Now, fundamentally, the problem is that there are very few investments within mainland China that would meet any of that criteria. Obviously, we're a human rights organization. So we will say that investments in companies that are complicit in human rights violations undermines that. But even on the green agenda, given the huge pollution that you get from Chinese state-owned enterprises, it's the same thing. Now, as you say, Hong Kong was historically a way for people to raise money going into China. That just isn't happening anymore. Hong Kong has been squeezed in two different directions. There are people who have offices in Shanghai who are now saying, why do we need to be in Hong Kong? If the environment in Hong Kong is now the same as mainland China, we'll close our office in Hong Kong. But then you have people who were in Hong Kong because it had those freedoms, it had freedom of information, it had independent courts, who are now going to Singapore. So Hong Kong is being squeezed in two different directions. Now, where do I think it will end up? Increasingly, Hong Kong will be used as a regional hub by China to raise money, to raise its foreign currency reserves, probably to build up a war chest, very similar to which Putin did before he invaded Ukraine. They need as much foreign currency reserves as they can get their hands on, and Hong Kong will be the hub for that. And so in many ways, Hong Kong will remain relevant, particularly for China's designs in the region. But the days of it being a world-leading international financial center that was respectable, liberal, and open are pretty much over. And that's a huge tragedy, not just for the world, for what it was, but also for the people of Hong Kong themselves.
Thank you, Sam. And during the panel, multiple panelists also mentioned China's infiltrations in Hong Kong and also outside of Hong Kong. And we note China's infiltrate sometimes also through Hong Kong. One example is just a few months ago, Hong Kong diasporic magazine Flow HK conducted investigations into a Chinese newspaper based in Europe, the Nouvelles Europe. And they find out the head of this company actually was based in Hong Kong. So they sort of infiltrate Europe through Hong Kong's company. And some activists are asking, well, since the one country, two system doesn't work, Hong Kong is no longer an autonomous place. We lost our autonomy. Should the West still grant Hong Kong this special status? Because obviously, CCP has been weaponizing this special status to infiltrate Europe or the West. Would like to direct these questions to Didi. So from the perspective of an activist, do you think it's a good idea to ask, let's say, the EU to reconsider this special status with Hong Kong?
I mean, if you mean special status as somehow as a free economy, I mean, I think it's clear that that status, frankly, should not have been given to China in the first place, by which I mean entry to WTO, because it enabled a very, very repressive system to become enormously wealthy. Some people say it was like it was a little baby dragon and we fed it and it became a great big dragon. That's not my parallel. It's actually something that was said by a very interesting activist in the US who's from the PRC. So no, I mean, I think it's completely, you know, not appropriate to argue that Hong Kong should any longer, very sadly indeed, get that kind of special treatment. And in fact, we're seeing that it's starting to unwind. For example, recently in the US, the federal pension plan for federal employees, who are about nearly 7 million members. It's a very, I think it's the world's single biggest pension plan. Maybe there's something bigger in China. Probably there is, but outside of China anyway then, in fact, has now said that Hong Kong companies will be brought into the same, within the same description as shares on the Shanghai and Xinjiang markets, that they're going to end that distinction. Because when you actually trace back, and I've done this to several, you trace the companies back, say the ICT companies, telecom, you see that very quickly at the second, third level, China Unicom is in there. They're on the board of directors. It's all going back into the mainland at this point. I wanted, if I may, to make one very small point about something that was discussed this morning, which is the China-Strategie, the China strategy of the Bundesregierung, and to say there that, of course, it's really a welcome sign of growing attention and taking seriously a very serious issue, which is the PRC, the CCP, and how it's impacting on the world and on our economies, etc., and on our systems and values. But I have one concern which I wanted to highlight in this round, and that is one paragraph in the China strategy of the German government, which, to my mind, shows really quite a grave error, and it makes me question how far, and forgive me for wording this so strongly, but how far the German government has actually understood the challenge from Beijing, and that is the specific point it makes about supporting, praising, confirming the sister city relationships that have grown up between the People's Republic of China and Germany, sometimes sister province relationships. They specifically, in the China strategy, the German government specifically supports and as a befürwortet, praises this sister city situation, which is generally pushed on the China side. We know it's pushed by which parts of the party. We know what they do once they have a sister city relationship. They fan out, they explore business, they explore the civil society, set up a Confucius Institute. It just goes boom, boom, boom like that. And it suggests to me, you know, that the government hasn't actually understood that the system in China, as the mayor, for example, of Prague will personally tell you, because he's a very smart guy and they understand these things quite well in Czech Republic, will say it's simply not transferable onto a democratic system such as Germany's. You simply can't say that a sister city relationship between, you know, Hefei and somewhere in Shanghai or wherever, whatever, that this is somehow a similar concept with similar goals and similar intentions. It's simply not the case because the system from which it is coming is so profoundly different. Now, my position is simply that I wish that they had just left this out of the China strategy. Why not just not mention it and then deal with it? Why actually go to the effort of specifically supporting and identifying it as a good thing, somehow contributing to friendship between peoples, Völkerverständigung, blah, blah. To me, it was a really grave error.
Thank you, Didier. Amy, you have mentioned the national security law has changed Hong Kong drastically, but also it's the Hong Kong community in Germany drastically. You have been organizing various community events and protests since 2019. Could you share with us some changes that you see due to the national security law?
Yeah, definitely. Before I go into that, for completeness' sake, let me just repeat, summarize very briefly what this law is about. So it applies to Hong Kong citizens as well as any other citizen, which means German citizens, you're part of this deal. Now it applies to transgressions committed in Hong Kong and elsewhere. So basically anywhere in the universe you do something that CCTV doesn't like, you're violating this law. Now this law is also, you can use this law to prosecute crimes committed in the past. So anything that the CCP doesn't like you doing, anywhere in the past, anywhere on earth, whoever it is, you're toast. And so this must be a dictator's dream. But anyway, so with this in mind, you can understand why Hong Kongers stopped coming out to protests. I give you specific numbers. The very first, really very first protest that we had in Berlin when the 2019 things broke out, we had about 150 Hong Kongers gathered very spontaneously just outside the Hong Kong Economic Office in Berlin, 150 people. The law was passed in 2020, and shortly afterwards, the effect was most keen to observe. There was some rally in Berlin, I forgot for exactly what occasion. There were 3 Hong Kongers, from 150 to 3. I was one of the 3. Nobody wanted to come out because the risk was just too great. Now, but coming back to what Ray said earlier, how, oh, somebody says Hong Kong has already lost, I also disagree with that statement, because I observed that starting this year, we're having slowly more Hong Kongers coming out. And the latest rally that we had about 15 Hong Kongers. And my personal guess is that as more and more Hong Kongers, they gain permanent residency in Germany or some other foreign countries, they're now willing to stick the neck out, which is a very positive development, and which is why when you ask me, is Hong Kong losing? I go, no, we're not losing, man. Our willpower is bigger than what their guns, their tanks, and their prisons can do. So we're definitely winning in the long run, but in the meantime, it's all very sad. Maybe not all of you have seen those news reports, and especially those pictures, when you see young families emigrating out of Hong Kong, the old people, they have to stay in Hong Kong. Everybody's just crying. That's how bad it is. But in the long run, we're winning, but in the meantime, it's all very sad, and the effect of the national security law is real.
Thank you, Amy. To Mr. Erdoğan, since you are the only panelist who is from Brussels, from EP, so I will ask you questions related to the European Parliament, and again, I'm sorry, I'm going to ask some very broad questions. So the first question is, we know there might be a reform of the whole EU institutions. What do you think this reform may impact the general approach to China, and also specifically to Hong Kong and Taiwan? You could just pick some field or some tiny bits that you would like to share. And also, the second question would be, next year there will be new elections, very broad. What do you think after the elections would happen to the support for Hong Kong and China in Brussels? Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you for these 2 crystal ball questions. Now, what will happen? First of all, it is very important that the European Parliament tries to reform the institutions to prepare better for action. And I'm firmly convinced that in the Parliament there's an awareness, but across all the parties, almost all the parties, that there's the passion to say that directly elected parliament wants to have more of a say, and the directly elected parliament wants to be present more in the Commission. That means we want to change the contract of the European Union. I cannot tell whether this will come up fast and how quickly it will come fast, but I can express it at my wish. If I would have to decide this, it would show that the Commission would no longer consist of 27 members. We have 27 commissioners and the president, but these figures must be reduced, and not each member state would send one commissary, and the majority of the parliament would decide which commission is present, so that you have a parliamentary majority in the government. This would lead to a situation that the European Union would definitely been seriously out there in the world, because it would be easier to govern. And this is a democratic governance, you know, that the population of the European Union elects a parliament, and that parliament acts. At the moment, each member state sends a minister, no matter who's governing that state. So they decide which minister is sent to the Commission. It can be, let me say, that there is that a council majority is far from what a parliament majority is. And this causes chaos, and then if urgent things must be decided, and we are asked to be taken seriously in the European Union. So I'm quite proud that we stopped investment contract with China, that we have that we are more self-reliant towards China. We are representatives of the people, and this is what we Democrats are. So, you know, a crystal ball moment in our current government or round is that Great Britain decided to leave the European Union, to exit the EU. And we accepted it as Europe. We did not say we will have to influence Great Britain, we'll send tanks to Great Britain and they will stay in the European Union. No, it shows that a democracy like Europe can take steps backward. And the loss of Great Britain was a loss for the European Union. I'm firmly convinced that it is a pity, but we accept it, we the Europeans, and it shows that just because Great Britain decided to exit the European Union, that you still have the same values. You see it in the Ukraine question, in the question of Hong Kong or China. And this is what democracy means. We accept the vote of the people in Great Britain, but nevertheless, I would be happy if Great Britain decided in 10, 20 years to come back, and then we will have another big party, and this is democracy, and everybody can learn from us. We are an open system. Everybody is cordially invited, but we will not force nobody, not even on our continent, to be part of the system because you speak out once. And I think this is the most honest thing we can show in the parliament. So we are speaking out frankly on this. And we showed this in the case of Great Britain exiting the EU. So the next parliament, how will it be? I hope more democratic, and I'm firmly convinced that we will be stronger in the parliament. This is the trend we need as the European Parliament, and I'm firmly convinced that people in Europe will you know, characteristic where evil wars all over the world, be it on the African continent, Central Asia, Afghanistan, Syria, but also the horrible war of drugs waging in Central America, for instance. I'm convinced that the media contribute to an enlightenment, to teaching the people. We must make sure the real media are strong. And if we see that these media are influenced, states must fight for a clear situation. So I'm quite optimistic as regards the future. And you see it, the parliament will be younger. With the coming generation, there will be more courage to say we will continue fighting for the freedom of all people. And I said it in my first statement, the people in Hong Kong, and this is an article of our constitution, were taken away the human dignity, and people in Europe cannot just watch the dignity of a human being or the value of a human being. And this touches you deeply to the bottom of your heart. And if you have a family, you know what it means. You love somebody, and if dignity is taken away, no, we cannot accept this. This is what I'm convinced of. Thank you very much, Mr. Roglu.
Very short questions. What is the significance of Taiwan's elections for Germany and the EU?
As you all might know, the ruling party, DPP, Democratic Progressive Party, is working perfectly together with USA and Japan, Australia, Canada, making the same effect to push back the military presence of China, the ambition of China. And this important, very important election is going to happen, going to be held on the 30th January. And no need to say China has been trying to manipulate, to use their influencing scripts to manipulate it. So if there is a government change after the election on the 13th January, as the diplomat of Taiwan here, I wouldn't say anything, but we can talk about the consequences. We can talk about the consequence. It's going to be a very, very severe one. Just an announcement on 30th January, and that's less than 2 months, and Saturday, we are going to have a live observation of the election in Taiwan in our embassy or in our representative Markgrafenstraße 35 gegenüber Gendarmenmarkt. Maybe I think we should go home and say farewell to each other with at least a consolating or comforting news. You know, when I first said about the situation where China is so strong, so influential, I just imagine for myself, you know, in German you say there's secret police in Germany, in Europe, you know, in German they call it the verlängerte Arm. Yeah? This secret police in Germany, in the other countries, monitoring, controlling Hong Kong people, Chinese people, they are called in German, they are der verlängerte Arm von dem Regime. In English, I think it can be extended arm. When I want to have some news to confirm myself, I just imagine when less spies, when they go to KTV and they want to buy some new shirts, they never get the right size because the sleeve is always too short for them. They will never get the right size of shirts because they have this extended arm. I'm so happy to think about it.
Thank you. So now we will take also 3 questions from the audience. Please, Kai.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Kai Müller from the International Campaign for Tibet. First of all, it pains me, of course, to see what's happening in Hong Kong, because it's also a stark reminder of what actually the Tibetans and the Uyghurs have gone through, largely, maybe with exceptions in the Uyghur case, largely without any tangible consequences from Western politics. I look at 2008 Tibetan protests and pursuing actually the silence from Western governments. The Uyghur case has not just been one that we had to become aware of in 2018 or so, when all the camps became apparent. It's a long-standing issue. I hope I'm taking the right thing here also for my Uyghur friends. That having said, I think what Didi has mentioned is I can just underscore, because I believe the onslaught on our society is really all around. And I have been witnessing really a tremendous lack of integrity in our democracy that is not situated with the Chinese, but here within our own stakeholders. Look at the academics, look at the media, look at civil society, look at think tanks, look at public television. Everywhere we see the influence of the Communist Party. And I think what we are now in is something that really constitutes a threat to our democracy. And I'm saying this from the viewpoint of somebody who's really committed to rule of law, democracy, and human rights. I'm not a populist, so I don't want to, underscore their sentiment, which I do not subscribe to, not at all. But it has become really an issue of credibility here for us. And we have seen the consequences with regard to Russia, where disregard for repression that Putin exerted to its neighbor countries, to its own population, has led to a dramatic misjudgment or even ignorance, which has now a consequence for each and every citizens here in Germany, of course, because of the war, which has had so many devastating effects. So I am truly concerned about the integrity of our democratic system, and I wonder whether the China strategy is, of course, a step into the right direction. I would say, would agree to that, but it has been quite a considerably bumpy road to that, to get to that strategy. If we recall the division among the government, a leaked draft from somewhere who don't know, and the division between Chancellery and Foreign Office, all of these things, I'm really concerned about our future dealings with China. And I think recently, at least I noted a considerable backlash also from corporate leaders. Corporate Germany is not monolithic, but we've seen Mercedes, the CEO, the Bosch CEO going to shake hands with the Chinese vice president, Mr. Brudermüller writing an op-ed, then other protagonists of really known influence operations of the CCP here getting a lot of media attention with their narratives, which are one of the same I have heard 15, 20 years ago, and all of those narratives like the cultural relativism, they have been refuted for so long, but you keep hearing them again also from business leaders. I've been at a hearing in a state parliament just recently, and the regional business leader just presented us with the viewpoint that, well, things are different in China. They have got different values.
I'm sorry, Mr. Müller.
Sorry,
yes, introduce the
I'm very
question
sorry
to our panelists.
Yes, am I overstating this concern? That's my question, perhaps I think to Didi.
We will get two more questions and then let the panelists answer it all at once. Sophie?
Thank you. Hi, I'm Sophie Reis from Merix. I have several points, but just one quick question. Because you were talking about, or you mentioning the potential implementation and practical outcomes of the China strategy. And also mentioned that in Hong Kong, it's not only about China, not only about the economic relations, but also about the people who are concerned directly. So I was wondering if you have any concrete suggestions, ideas about how on a national, but also on a European level or subnational level, aspects like academia and education or journalism in Hong Kong, the diaspora in Europe and elsewhere, and could be supported, and for example, how reactions on a European, but also, for example, level in Germany could be more meaningful to the elections that are upcoming in Hong Kong, or to the upcoming implementation of Article 23. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Jean-Baptiste Aurier from the Institute of European Democrats. I have a question for the panel regarding the recent APEC summit that happened in the US. Seeing that, well, the way I analyze it is seeing that China crawled down back to the US They are starting back their panda diplomacy again. They are reopening dialogue with the US. They are having business people trying to talk with them. I guess it's the consequences of the decrease of demographics, of economics, of the building sectors and the real estate sectors that is crawling down. So I think they are in a weak position. What is your take on that?
Which panelists would like to start? Maybe did it? Yes.
Thank you. I'll just reply to Kai Müller's question. Overstating, I mean, I think you have a sense of the answer, and I would say no, we're not overstating the problem. The problem's not always visible or easily spotted, which sometimes makes people think, oh, what are you talking about? Where's the problem? That's partly because of the tactics, the techniques used by the CCP. It's extremely schooled in that, targeting elites in politics and business through all means. There's such a phrase in Chinese, 以多种方式, by all means possible, through all ways and methods. This is a set phrase. It's what you do if you're clever. It's how you achieve your goals. But I would like to say, so we're not overstating it. And one example I would give to illustrate that would be the situation in Hamburg. We've discussed the issue of the 24.9% of Tollerort port that went to COSCO ports. I did do a story about this and didn't just look at Hamburg. I also looked at Wilhelmshaven. It's a very interesting place. And saw that the new Jade port in Wilhelmshaven, in fact, China Logistics, which is a state-run, massive logistics conglomerate formed in, I think it was 2016 or 2017, by the CCP state. It's a centrally owned, state-owned company. They had purchased a 99-year lease on a plot of land within this new Jade port, which is a very beautiful, very good port. It's Germany's only natural deep water port. Hamburg is not a natural deep water port, nor is anywhere else, only this one in Wilhelmshaven. And since then, not only has nothing happened to somehow control or curb this situation of a state-run company taking a 99-year lease in German territory for logistics, which is a very, very central issue in military and all kinds of issues. But in fact, more investment has taken place in this Jade port, also by PRC companies. The situation is getting worse. And this is the problem, is that you sort of, you say these things in public, you prove them, you illustrate them, and you sort of hope that thereby something will change and happen. It doesn't. The problem does not improve, it doesn't go away, it tends to deepen. And this is, of course, because we can show as much as we can, but if there's no action on the political level, if there's no leadership, I come back to this issue of leadership in politics in Germany, then we cannot expect, unfortunately, the situation to improve.
Maybe I can answer the sort of Article 23 District Council question. I mean, first of all, the reforms to the District Council elections in Hong Kong to essentially allow no pro-democracy candidates to run. They're essentially another flouting of the Joint Declaration, another breach of Hong Kong's basic law. Article 23, yes, the basic law allows there to be some domestic security legislation, but there won't be a consultation, and the Legislative Council is now a rubber stamp body. In terms of practically what I think the EU and Germany could do, there's probably three things that if there was actual political will you could do, which I don't think there is right now. The first of which is that we have the trial of the 47 Democrats that will conclude in the new year. You're looking at Professor Benny Tai could get life in prison. Joshua Wong will likely get 10 years in prison. The EU and the UK and others, the US, could actually enter into negotiations for these political prisoners and actually try and get them out of jail and actually put up some capital to do it. I mean, the Australians have just managed to successfully get a journalist out of China. It's possible. We've done it in the past. The second thing, of course, is the UK and Canada between them have offered safe harbor to around 200,000 Hong Kongers, a huge amount in the last couple of years. Do you know how many Hong Kongers the European Union has offered safe harbor to in the last 3 years? Outside of normal asylum routes? Zero. Despite the fact that Mr. Uruglu and his colleagues in the Parliament have passed repeated motions calling for EU member states to introduce bespoke schemes. Hasn't happened. You've been told it's just not possible. So again, if the EU wanted, they could provide viable safe harbor routes for anybody that wants to live in a free society to be able to do so. And then the third thing is, the Hong Kong government has a lot of privileges linked to its supposed autonomous status. It gets a seat at the World Trade Organization. It has its trade offices in Berlin and other places. Its officials are able to come over here on diplomatic passports and shop and send their kids to be educated in the West. You could lay out these privileges very clearly and say, we will suspend every one of them until the human rights situation in Hong Kong improves. And so those are probably what I would say is 3 specific things that could happen. The problem, of course, is that Europe is divided, and as we've covered extensively, very dependent financially on China, and there just isn't the political will to take any of these steps. But really, this is probably what should be happening if we lived by our values.
I'd like to briefly respond to the question from the colleague from IED about the APEC summit. I believe it is pretty widely accepted that between the 2 parties of the summit, China is currently in a weaker position. I think this is not controversial. What I want to comment on is how for Hong Kong, you can see back then the Sino-British Joint Declaration. This is a legally, internationally binding document. And in it, it says, or it guarantees that Hong Kong is going to keep its autonomy for 50 years. Now, 25 or 24 years afterwards, suddenly one day, the Chinese Communist Party just come out and said, no, that was a historical document. And that was it. There was no further discussion and no further explanation. They just toss it around, it's just not there. So how are you going to sign a deal with a partner that doesn't give a word of confidence? Let the Americans decide what they want to do with the summit.
Do Professor Schild and, okay, then. Okay. Okay.
Dankeschön. Ja, erstmal einen großen Applaus für Sie alle, bitte.
Well, first of all, a big round of applause to all of you. Many thanks. Many thanks to all of you for being our guests. Thank you so much for grouping your expertise, providing your expertise here today. And I am from Nuremberg, the city of human rights, with the first human rights trials in history. When we talk about Hong Kong, a great economic region, a fantastic region with great people, we should speak about the great country of Taiwan, which has flourished with a very on a very different path and has turned into a beautiful democracy. And there will be so many great things to comment on. But who do we have to talk about? Instead of speaking about those countries, we have to speak about China. And what economic region in this world, if you're honest, needs to invade a region like Hong Kong? Which economic force of this world has to threaten a grown country like Taiwan? That's just sad. And then you have to go back even further. Us Germans just had an election campaign for regional elections in Bavaria and Hesse, and we talk about vegan food and healthy nutrition, and then we talk about we have to also address the fundamentals of a country like China when we want to cooperate with them. What about labor rights? What about the production of foods? What about the environment and industrial impact on it? These are the templates that we Germans apply in every contract that we make with anyone. I just spoke with about this with a colleague this morning. we are always so precise, so exact. And when we cooperate with China, we are so quick to overlook things and to not comment on things. A colleague and I in the Bavarian parliament founded the friend group of Taiwan. And since I've done that, I no longer am unseen. I receive mail, I am threatened. We had a hearing regarding the Confucius Institute twice. Engin, this is the only point in which I do not agree with you. After these talks, I would never invite 100,000 Chinese students to Germany to study here. Because by now I have the impression that each and every one of them is briefed by the party. Outside of this building, this used to be Hong Kong. But we were happy and lucky enough that the global population was interested and wanted Germany to reunite and to have democracy. So in my entire lifetime, I wouldn't have thought that this would be possible, that this country could be reunited. So I'm telling you, Hong Kong cannot be lost. Hong Kong will not be lost. But as with any other partner, we have to get more partners on board. And I know that us policymakers, we tend to be very slow and cautious. And what you've already implied, the undermining, the support is noticeable everywhere. So we have to get the population on board. One part is big industry and semiconductors. But look at the turnovers we make with China. It's mostly cheap pens that you might have on your lap right now. That's your cell phone charger that's 10 cents cheaper. Most business that we have with China, we do as private people, as private persons and as consumers. So as consumers, we have to be better informed. What's the price? Is it a threat on other peoples? Is it genocide? You just have to call it that. What happens to the Uyghurs? And each of us and of you can decide by themselves how to fight for human rights on a private level and protect them. Professor, I would like to do it with a fairy tale I've never quite understood. I don't know how well you are familiar with Hansel and Gretel, but China sometimes seems like this old witch in the gingerbread house to me. And as a child, I didn't quite understand why she wanted to eat the children and not her own house, her own gingerbread. I never quite got it. And that's what China is doing, just like in Hansel and Gretel. We have to remain united. These are small steps. You are the ambassador of Taiwan, and if that's where we start, that's a first step. We have to get the information out there, raise awareness. And I hardly felt so strongly for a topic as I do with this one. We have to be more, we have to pluralize. Please approach us, talk to us if you want to speak about diversification, about pluralism and expertise. We are the right people to talk to. I was so happy to be here today. Thank you, Engin, for organizing this event for us. It was a great pleasure.
Thank you, everyone, for your attendance. So now the event is come to an end, but we will stay here a bit longer. If you would like to exchange with our panelists or other participants, feel free. And yes, we need a photographer.